Yeah.
Good morning. Welcome to the joint meeting of the Board of County Commissioners and the Open Space and Trails Committee, which doesn't have a quorum, but two of the members are here. Today's June 16th, 2015, and we are having a presentation on the North Star Nature Preserve Management Plan. Gary?
Well, thank you guys. And so we are back with North Star Nature Preserve, and it's been a great long process to update the 2000 management plan for North Star. And part of this whole process has been to, find out what has changed in North Star, to see if anything has changed, and to address those through new management actions that will last for the next 5 years before we do another update. And so right now we're here and we have presented to you guys back in April a draft of the plan. We have taken your comments. We have met with a whole slew of partners and the public on gaining a lot of public comment on how we should create this management plan for the future. And so to kind of give you a quick rundown of that, we have met in April with the at our last joint meeting. We met with both boards. We came back to the BOCC a couple weeks later to get more comments. We have presented and have received comments from the Healthy Rivers and Streams Board, from ABLT. We have presented in front of the City of Aspen Board, which is our main partner on this since they are co-owner of the James H. Smith property. And we have presented in front of ABLT and to their board. And so, and we received written comments from ABLT. We've been working with them because they have the conservation easement on the North Star piece. And so, and then we had a public open house on May 18th that was very well attended, and it was really great to engage the public on a discussion of North Star. And a lot of people from the neighborhood showed up, and they had specific concerns that we have felt that we have addressed in the management plan, and in the memo to you guys we have addressed some of those public comments. And so going forward with the public comment process is today's goal of the meeting is to give you guys an update of how the management plan has changed since it was presented back in April. And from that, to take additional comments from both boards to incorporate into the plan. We are also going to go to the Healthy Rivers and Streams Board on Thursday and gain some additional comments from them. And then we will update the plan and bring it back to the Pickens County Open Space and Trails Board for adoption on July 2nd. And if that is sufficient and they adopt it on the 2nd, then we will bring it back to the BOCC for public review on probably the second meeting in July and the first meeting in August. So the opportunity for public comment on those, the public comment will be available at the Open Space and Trails Board meeting on the 2nd, and then the second reading of an ordinance adopting the plan, it would probably be August, I think, 12th. And so that's the tentative plan for where we're going with this. We'll see as we move forward. If we need a little more time, we'll take it. But that's where we'll make sure that the public continues to see this process and when they can continue to comment and get comments directly to you. So what we have done is also a 5-week public comment period, and in the management plan, I think you've seen we've included every single public comment in there that you're in Appendix C in the management plan, and it was pretty extensive comments. And so what we do as staff is we take all those comments and then come up with the themes and where we have some differences and how can we address those and address all of the comments in that. And so, when you look at North Star, the great goal of the North Star plan was created in 2000. And it stated right in the first section, and it is the protection of ecosystem processes that support biological diversity combined with compatible recreation and educational uses that do not impact the property's natural resources. This is a goal that was created in 2000. It's not a goal that's changed in the 2015 update, and it's something that we feel is pertinent to this updated plan, and it's something that we will continue to strive to do. We think the 2000 plan has worked. The 2000 plan has been successful in many different ways, and through monitoring on the property, you know, almost all the wildlife species that should be there are present and expanding and flourishing. You know, we do have, and we'll talk about this with herons, that's one of the little issues that we are going to work through. But other than that, I mean, we closed off the entire west side of the preserve, and that has been well respected by the public, and it has been enforced by our rangers at times. But you know, right now we have this incredible lake that is going on there, and so that is preventing people from going out to that side. However, it brings up that the conversation is that what is the west side of the river right now, because the whole thing is one big flood, which is really cool to see. But overall, in the management plan, you know, there hasn't been significant changes to this plan. What we're trying to do is provide, you know, significant action items to continue the preservation for that property. And so one of the things also we're going to see is we're working with AVLT on, you know, one of the things in the conservation easement, they need to sign off on a management plan update. And so we are working with them, and we will receive that before the adoption hearings on the 2nd. So, getting into the main pieces of the thing, I always like bringing up these pictures before I get into it, because you know, those are it's just really cool to see the historical pictures, the recent pictures, and what has been happening around on North Star since the late 1800s all the way through today. And it's a place that is well loved, and you know, should be. It's a beautiful preserve, and Pickens County was really fortunate to be able to find a way to protect it back in the 70s, and it was really forward thinking at that time. And now we're here, you know, 45 years later, you know, continuing the protection of this place. So that's really a great thing. And so, you know, one of the things I just want to go through with you all is on the big changes to the plan and what we have looked at. And so when we look at the management actions, that's the real meat of this plan going forward, is the management actions and how we're going to manage the property. And so, you know, in the themes in the public comment, the recreation piece was one of the things that the public did bring up. And so when we're looking at, you know, I'd go into resource first, but I'm going to switch around. So on the recreation, on the management actions on recreation, you know, with the public comment we received, a lot of it came to Wildwood and the put-in and the parking issues, the noise issues, the amount of use on the river. And so looking at Wildwood, which is off this map, and it's off this map because the reality is the Pickens County does not own that. And it's a Forest Service piece. It's not a designated put-in by the Forest Service, so they are not necessarily managing that as a designated put-in. We have started the conversations with the Forest Service to find a path to help them manage this area, because on this overall thing is they're not managing it as a recreation area, so they're not permitting commercial use. They're not dealing with the parking issues that have come. They're not ensuring that the parking area is well maintained in that area. And, you know, the reality with the National Forest right now, as everyone knows, is they're, you know, very cash poor, and they're not fully staffed, and there's a lot of issues with that. And it's one of the things that we put front and center into our management actions, is to work with the White River National Forest to find a way, either through special use permit, either through an IGA or some other mechanism, so Pickens County Open Space and Trails and the county as a whole can help manage that put-in. Because one of the big comments we've received, and we've talked to Wildwood, is the road is really narrow there, and when you park along that road it becomes even narrower, and can emergency equipment get through that area? And then with no enforcement of the parking, that people are just allowed to park everywhere. And so that becomes a big issue, but it's an issue that Pickens County does not control. And so until we can find a path forward, and the great thing is the Forest Service is very receptive to working with the county. They have seen the success of the Hunter Creek Cooperative Plan, and the Hunter Creek Cooperative Plan has allowed ways for local agencies, the City of Aspen and Pickens County and ACES, and even Wilderness Workshop is getting involved now, is to find ways for local agencies to help manage the natural resources and help manage the recreation that occurs. And so that is a very successful model that will hopefully spill over to Wildwood, and they'll find a way that the county can help manage that. But until that happens, Wildwood is still under federal ownership, and then you flow through a lot of private property to get there. So the other piece is to work on the piece that is on the north side of North Star. It's the takeout. The takeout is mostly in CDOT right-of-way, but it's also on the North Star Nature Preserve. And so that is a management action that's going to be critically important, because the parking issues at that end are a big issue too. And so why I'm bringing this up, it hasn't really changed, but we feel that this is going to address some of the major complaints that we have, well, not complaints, but the comments we have received from the public. Because if we can get better parking and better management of these areas and better designs of the takeout and work with CDOT, who is the owner of the right-of-way, it would be a major improvement in this area. And that's part of the management area. So the next piece was really moving into, the use of the river. And, it has increased over time. We don't know by how much. We have now installed counters that are accurately trying to pick up the amount of use that we have there. And so, trying to work with the floating is, trying to make sure that people understand what they're floating through. And because if noise is a big issue, and if noise is the big issue going through the herring colony, we need to have a management action, which we state pretty significantly in there, is a huge educational component. And we are working with ACES. I just got an email from Chris Lane yesterday. They're totally on board with helping us in any way possible to help protect this area, to help educate the users, to help with our signage, to help provide naturalists out there. And so they already do work with us really well on doing birding on this side. And I don't know if I sent the BOCC the great picture of the coyote pup that they caught. Rebecca Weiss was out there with a birding group, and awesome coyote pup. Beautiful picture of a little coyote pup out there on North Star, and that was just last week. And so it's really, those are the type of things that people, I think we need to do a better job of education. We've worked with the Roaring Fork Conservancy to do floats, and I did a float with them a week and a half ago, and people love it. We took 12 people out there, and people really started to understand. They're like, oh, they're the herons. And so there's so many people that probably float through here have no idea they're floating through this stuff. We did put a sign out on, there's a sign at the kiosk at the put-in, and I really thank John Armstrong for helping us coordinate that. Healthy Rivers was part of that, and we developed a sign at the put-in. It's not strong enough. It's just, it helps, but a lot of people just walk right by it. We need people on the ground, and one of the pieces that we've been talking about too, and we're going to add it to the management plan, is talking about ways to involve volunteers. like the Forest Conservancy or something to help us get people on that river floating through with people to really, lower the noise and really rise the overall appreciation of what you're floating through. And so that would be one of the big things. A lot of people talked about, drinking on the river and boating and tubing, and we've been starting to work with Colorado Parks and Wildlife to figure out what's the jurisdiction there on everything. And, you're not allowed to boat under the influence, but you have to be on a regulated vessel. And so that's what the CPW gave us, I put it in your memo, is about, the Colorado Revised Statute. It's vessels mean every description of watercraft used or capable of being as a mean of transportation other than single-chambered air-inflated devices or seaplanes. And so, the Coast Guard has ruled that the paddleboards are a vessel, but tubes are not a vessel. So the tubes and the drinking are one of the things that we need to continue to work on that, and that's going to be a legal issue in the future. It's really about lowering the party atmosphere out there, educating people on that, and so that's going to be the main piece. We had developed we got some great ideas from the public at our public meeting about what kind of signs would work, and it was not like a sign saying no, 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 but just having a person out there, like the sign that had a person going like this to show people, shh, be quiet. And it was just really cool to see people engaging with us of ways to really, quiet down the use out there and to get people to try to, when they float through there, they know that they're floating by private property. Don't scream. There's there's some privacy issues and stuff like that. But also when you get to the preserve, there's the herons. And the herons are one thing that we talk about in here, where we think the management plan does a really good job, because the great blue heron is a species that obviously all of us truly care about and would like to see continue, but they're also, this is their elevational limit. And there's no easy way of saying it's the boaters that are creating the problems for the herons and why their populations have fluctuated so much. So we really have put in there the educational component to try to get people to calm down, but also the restoration component too will be huge, is creating potentially more habitat in the side of the river back here to provide more habitat for herons to, to forage and stuff like that. And we also put in there, because the studies that our wildlife biologist has seen is floating is not a major issue, it's the access under their nests or by land is the bigger issue. And we're proposing just to close that permanently, not to have a seasonal closure there, but to close it permanently behind a willow bush to, protect those herons. Even when they're truly fledged, they're still there. And so it'll be better to keep them off. And then one of the cooler things we want to do this fall is install a Nest video camera up there. ACES was very excited about that concept because it's a great educational tool. And so that's one of the things we'd like to see, because for us also the nest predators are a potential issue out on North Star, because when you look at it, there is a lot of habitat that the herons could potentially, there's a lot of good heron habitat out there. Why aren't they going up by a difficult? Why aren't they moving to other areas? Why do they choose this? And this year actually is the first time they've, back in the days of when Joy Smith owned this property, the herons were in trees on this side. After that purchase closed, a couple of years later, the herons switched sides and they were starting to hear. However, this year there's one back on this side. So, we just got to watch that, because where are the herons going to go in the future and what are they going to do? So, that was part of the recreation piece. One other piece that got got some public comments was, some people did not want to see the expansion of grooming onto James H. Smith. Currently right now you're allowed to cross-country ski onto or snowshoe onto James H. Smith. It's not closed in the winter on this side of the river. However, it wasn't groomed. There was no snowmobile grooming. And so in the Nordic management plan, they wanted to see that opportunity potentially of an expansion. There are some issues here with potentially getting around this wetland over here to provide that. So, that's all got to be looked at. But in the management plan, we didn't want to prohibit it because there was no true wildlife impact to that. There was a talk about the subnivean creatures and stuff, and this is snowmobile groom, this is not heavy packed cat grooming, and also the subnivean creatures are doing fine on North Star where there's Nordic skiing, and this wouldn't be a full expansion all the way through here. This is just on this side of the river to here to provide, a little extra of how beautiful it is out there. And so that would be, in the management plan, it would be an option to look at in the future. And so...
What does subnivean mean?
Subnivean means under the snow. No, that's a good one, because I sometimes just pop these things out and don't explain it. But it's the creatures that are staying under the snow, and, a heavily packed Nordic trail could potentially prohibit creatures from...
Subnivean lifestyle.
Subnivean
Making
lifestyle could be...
subnivean
tunnels.
Yes, the subnivean lifestyle could be compromised by
Our word of the
that.
week.
So, anyway, and so, some of the talk was too on, the trash and restroom facilities. And so with the, people would love to see potentially put some garbage cans and bathrooms out there. The biggest issue we've had is the fact that we don't see a huge trash issue out there. We don't see a huge bathroom issue out there. And we don't want to make this a de facto rest stop for Highway 82 because there's no place to put it other than around the parking areas on Highway 82, and it would just become a de facto rest area. And the reality is this is a nature preserve. We're really trying to tell people to pack in, pack out, and keep this, not have porta potty or some bathroom in these areas, not have trash receptacles located along this area, and really try to continue to work with the public at what has been relatively very successful is pack in, pack out. And so, it was a comment that we received from AVLT because they were worried about all the trash and stuff. And so, we really want to make sure that we don't create the de facto, because I think that more trash could be potentially along this area. It creates a management issue for us to keep that maintained, because if people are driving up and down, we'll have to empty that a ton. And so right now we'd rather see it continue pack in, pack out. We've got to update this plan every 5 years. If we have an issue, we can address it. We can come back with a change if we see that. And so, one of the other things we saw was commercial use. Commercial use, was a comment that we've received from people about, limiting commercial use or keeping it at one. And, the reality for us is in the current 2000 plan for commercial use, we allowed only one operator on just North Star. It had nothing to do with Wildwood or anything else. And, the way other commercial operators got around that was they would put in a North Star because there's no commercial permitting at Wildwood, and they would take out right past the border and climb up the side on this, and that's not really managing North Star. That's kind of just, they're just trying to get around the problem, and then it becomes our problem too, because then you're going to get bank problems on this side. And for us, it would be better to work with the Forest Service on a permit system that would really do what commercial permit systems could do, is limit the amount of parking and limit the amount of group size. So we don't have a 65-person tube event go on through here. And we proposed a pretty low amount, 6 people, including the guides, and a group size that's small. And then, trying to work with, the Forest Service and everybody, and mostly the Forest Service, on how do we permit that? Because one of the things the Forest Service needs to do is recognize that as a put in, so they could actually permit that. Or hopefully we find a path to do a special use permit so we could do the permitting for both pieces, and then we could limit the group size, and we could limit everything in a commercial use is they can't park on this area. So it keeps it more open for other people. So their buses do not impact the put in and the takeout and everything like that. And so one of the other pieces was all the rentals and stuff that people get, the tube rentals and the SUP rentals. If they don't get shuttled and touch our properties, we really have not a whole lot of say if they rent something in town and they bring it out there themselves. But one of the things that we really want to do, and we've started to do it with the SUP rental companies, is really to talk to them beforehand, create some information with ACES to provide to these companies so they can tell the people at point of contact, if you're going to do this through North Star, you know, this is where you can, this is what you should be looking out for, this is good information.
Isn't North Star really the only area we know that's suitable for stand-up paddleboarding?
Well,
Rudolph.
So people can go to Rudai.
You got any of the lakes around here, Beaver Lake up in Marble and stuff like that. There's people that SUP on the lower stretch of the Roaring Fork when it goes down, and so there are rivers where people will stand up paddleboard. It's just pretty popular up here.
Oh, sure.
But
it's so close.
people do take it up to Rudai, Chapman up there too. So
I was gonna say-
Charlie does it in the Glenwood Way.
I think it'd be important to let the
Kind of-
operators have a list of other locations as well and try to make sure they think about other spots than just focusing on North Star.
okay. Yeah, no, that's part of our little brochure that we want to create for these companies to really provide them the information to tell their clients. But that's a good one. But so for commercial use, we changed the original plan from just one, but that one had an unlimited number of people that it could put on. So instead, we're putting a group size limit and hoping to work with the Forest Service on a bigger permit system in the future. And so, you know, those are the biggest pieces for the recreational management action items. And so, you know, if you have questions on the recreational piece, let me know.
Steve, I have a thought, and I don't know if it would be with a positive or a negative result if we'd end up with more use. But when we're talking education in the younger generation, especially when they put in up on the Forest Service, we thought about putting out information as to the website, pull up county management, bio management plan, or even doing a float video they could pull up on the website, because, maybe they'd pull it up and explain the need for the noise issues and the disturbance of the heron. That goes to the drug use on the... That's a Freudian slip in it. But just, kind of an education thing that they could actually pull up on their smartphones or something, and
It'd be fun to make the video.
that would be great fun. But again, it could have a downside, and everybody go, wow, look at how fun it is. Let's all go up there. But maybe that's kind of the way the younger population educates themselves a lot, is what they can pull up on their phones. Or, and I just throwing out some new idea that we might want to
That's a
consider.
great idea. To me, that's, those are the types of things where, you see that in other places like Zion and stuff like
Yeah.
that. And it's, I think that would be a really fun thing to try to explore.
Well, and you
create.
see how it would work, and see, you maybe see how many users, use it and find out. But that's a good way to maybe reach that populace.
Well, and that's not a huge, to me, that's one of those, not a huge expense, and it could be a huge benefit.
And you could focus on some of the other locations they can go to in the video, just to let them know, and
Spread
there's
the
a
use
great
out, spread
spot
it
up
out.
at Rudai.
Yeah, no, to me, that's a cool little addition to, trying to find better ways to educate, and through social media or anything else that we can do.
rather than just having to sit there and read the sign, or maybe, I'll put this in my phone and I'll, click on it on the way home on the shuttle or something.
Well, and I think the word's out already about North Star.
Yeah.
It's not like this is a surprise or a secret anymore.
definitely out.
It's a way to get people to really understand about what they're floating through, and trying to get people to do a better job.
And the other real quick,
How do you reach kids?
yeah,
Well, I was just thinking they need to have like a training program for high school kids, how they best use North Star in response.
yeah.
But we can only take 6 at a time, so that would be tough.
Well, that's
Yeah.
just commercial.
But maybe that's something that we should do, actually. I saw a bunch of my students go down yesterday, and they were screaming and yelling. It's like knuckleheads,
Jeez.
We can talk
Well,
more
the
about
other
that.
thing too is when we talk enforcement, We know that's an issue in lots of areas in the county. Wasn't there a proposal for another ranger? Was that part of, in looking at that? Because the use is, we want to keep it somewhat controlled up there. We don't want to spoil the experience, but at the same time, we don't want to spoil the environment.
Well, and that's the biggest key to, you know, the parking and being out. If we could, right now, we do provide enough ranger time for North Star. That's taking away from ranger time in
Elsewhere.
other locations.
Yeah.
And so, you know, we are addressing some of the enforcement issues on North Star. Problem is the Forest Service. And
Right.
so, you know, they just don't have the staff. They are putting signs out this year on the wildlife area. You know, the enforcement's going to be a big issue. And getting that path forward through a special use permit and figuring out a way for our rangers to enforce, or working better with the sheriff's office on a way to do it. But their resources are stretched too. How
Right.
much time can they spend out
Well, you
there?
know, I spend not a lot, but a significant amount of time in that stretch because it's in my backyard, literally. But I'm just concerned about the public safety of people parking on the road by the takeout, because it's so narrow. They park illegally on the road, and they're always opening doors, loading equipment, kids running around, and we have
Standing
been.
out in the middle of the highway.
Yeah, we've been really lucky to not have an accident, and I just don't want to wait till we do. And I know it's a priority, and whatever the board, I think, can do to help with that, I think is important.
Okay. Well, and we'll keep bringing it to you guys on that, because to us, it is a priority in this plan, and
Yeah.
it's one of the management actions that
Huge
we're going to
public
move
safety.
sooner than later. And we're already moving with the Forest Service, but CDOT and everything else, we've got to continue that too.
George?
You know, it seems like there needs to be a broader outreach and understanding that this is a nature preserve and it's not a municipal or county park. And so there's different criteria and different uses that one perhaps would find in a municipal park, where you'd have porta potties, you'd have trash receptacles, you'd have opportunities to recreate in a different way versus on a nature preserve. Nature preserve is specifically set aside to protect the fauna and flora in that area. So that to me is sort of a key in terms of for the public to understand that there should be and will be certain restrictions that you may not find in a park. And the other thing that strikes me is the importance of having the Forest Service involved in this process, as you've said, Gary. And I would like to have the Forest Service attend at least the BOCC meeting when it comes to time for adoption, and perhaps even the Open Space and Trails Board, so that they actually hear not only from the public, because I'm sure they've been involved in the management plan, but they hear from the elected officials our concerns in terms of maintaining this nature preserve, and to see how we can work with them in terms of trying to address some of these concerns, because as you said, Gary, the access to this starts on Forest Service land. And so if we can come up with an agreement, a working relationship like we have had with the Hunter Creek co-op plan, to address some of these concerns, I think that would go a long ways, and to utilize, perhaps lobby to utilize at least one or two of their Forest Service Conservancy volunteers, because this area proportionally is becoming as busy as the Maroon Bells per se, if you sort of on a per capita basis. And so to try to form some stronger partnerships, which we have with the Forest Service, but I think they need to hear from the BOCC directly as well, and see how we can address some of these issues.
It's a good idea, George.
Yeah, I agree.
We had a great meeting on this with Jim, and we look forward to following your lead on what you just said. That's good.
You know, one of the points that you mentioned, Gary, is in terms of the impacts of the noise. And so, and actually even Andrea said, you know, there's a party atmosphere that's created up here. And there always is a party atmosphere whenever you get people in boats and floating down the river, right? It seems like, you know, rafts and alcohol and beer sort of go together like ma and apple pie. But there's also opportunities, I think, to restrict alcohol use once you enter a nature preserve or a wilderness area. There's certain opportunities that I think we can address that limit that. And you limit that party atmosphere, then perhaps a lot of the subsidiary issues sort of go by the wayside, whether it be certainly by noise and impacts on the neighbors.
And it's a good point. I mean, right, and that's really going to be the key to the future of working with the Forest Service on this piece, because, you know, right now, we don't want to set anything up like the commercial use with only one operator, but we don't want people to float through and then take out in the wrong spot. And so we really need to look at this as one larger stretch and to address the issues that we have. I mean, the drinking issue will, you know, honestly, it's one of those big issues that right now it's not addressed with the Forest Service. And so, you know, trying to stop people at our border is an enforcement nightmare. And so until we can really work on that path. But that's why we brought up the drinking issue, is to really start looking into the legality of all that. And so we're going to continue that, and we have some good options to continue looking into the legality of all of that, and we'll move on.
Thanks, Steve. Just to follow up on that for all of you who are here, and I really look forward to all the partner comments as soon as we get to that. But we talked at 9 about this draft plan with staff. We don't have a quorum, there's just 2 of us here. But I think it's true that all of the open space trustees don't just want the platitude that in the 2000 plan opens the plan, that the ecosystem protection is #1 with compatible recreation. That's really reiterated in this plan, but how do you get there? And so the legal issues of how, and you brought this up, George, how in a federal wildlife refuge, how in a nature preserve, how in a national park nature center can restrictions on dogs, noise, alcohol, firearms, and
Boom boxes.
and what?
Boom
Boom
boxes.
boxes.
Yeah.
They always have music.
Yeah. You know, what are the ways that are available that we may never have had to deal with in open space before, because we've never had a sort of beach. And it's the invention of new conveyances that make the issue, you know, it's going up geometrically. So I just want you all to know that we're going to ask John and others who really know all about right to float, all about what restrictions can be on users of the river, yet to be determined. One of the, while I'm talking about that, Gary, you under recreation talk about on the top of page 3, the 3rd page, the goal is by next summer to have some type of agreement in place, and you're going to work on that. What sort of data can be collected with counters and cameras, and not anecdotal data from an occasional ranger visit, but actual, like we do on our trails when we're trying to figure out where not to have a trail. Where not to have a trail. We'll study that for what is the plan with respect to the river, so that when you're dealing with a possible hunter-smuggler cooperative plan approach with the Forest Service or other partners, we have data, really good data, overwhelming data, and not data 10 years later that we've lost habitat.
Right, and so the data we have right now is all we've been doing, you know, repeated birding and wildlife studies on North Star and vegetation studies on North Star. And so North Star, we
I'm talking
have
about
the data.
recreation.
But I was getting to that.
Yeah.
On the recreation piece, we have tried to capture river counts, and it's been more difficult than we thought because willows move, things move, and getting, everyone from a stand-up paddleboard to tube has been much more difficult. So Lindsay and the Rangers have installed cameras and counters out at North Star, and we are watching that to make sure we can get much more accurate counts. So we can have actual user data, because that's part of this plan, is to get that user data, because right now we hear exploding use, we hear thousands of people, and we hear this, until you see numbers, it really changes things, because like on Sky Mountain Park, everyone thinks there's thousands of people mountain biking, and then you look at the counters and there's 120 people that day. And maybe between 10 and 2 there were 90% of that use, so it seemed really crowded then, but we just need those accurate counts, so we are working on that right now. The counts are.
So we put in the past we've had counters located, they were really close to the Southgate access corridor, and we were getting really questionable peaks in use, which part of that could be like a paddleboarder going back and forth. It could have been picking up people on the trail, not on the river. So our goal this year is to get a counter on James H. Smith by the Heron, Bree, Outworth. Theoretically, all the users there are floating through downstream. And we're going to have a double counter to double check those counts to make sure we're getting consistent numbers and not seeing discrepancies. And then we're going to have a third counter between the Southgate and the beach, because we do get people that launch at Southgate and do that float just through North Star, mainly commercial operators. So we'll have theoretically a count from James H and a count on North Star. We don't right now propose putting any counters on the access points themselves, because the nature of a river corridor access point is there's a lot of back and forth traffic. If in the future we want to look into that, we can always add one out there. The goal right now is to have our rangers do spot counts and observation counts, so they see 2 cars in the parking lot and 2 users, or they see 1 car and 6 users, to try to kind of understand how people are using the preserve. Are you seeing bikes? Are people being respectful? What's going on when you're looking at the situation, and getting spot counts at the Southgate, at the beach, at the Ped Bridge, on the trail itself and the wildlife viewing platform, the different parking lots, and then for Wildwood, because right now there's no data on Wildwood really. And so that's our current plan moving forward.
And Wildwood would presumably cooperate with any kind of monitoring you want to do there, wouldn't they?
Forest
So the Forest Service
Well, I know, but it's
has been very happy to have us
Yeah.
keep data going for them, because they don't have anything currently. So
It's just hard, yeah. To actually get a count at Wildwood is more difficult, because if you try to count the people walking back and forth because you go back to your car to get this, and that count wouldn't be very useful. It's trying to get how many people are really floating through North Star, and how many people are floating through, because there's no real takeout between Wildwood and the Southgate. So, once you get into North Star, we'll get a pretty accurate count of numbers.
Counter at your place, Audrey? One on the bridge. Snap every time someone comes through. I don't know if that's.
Yeah, honestly, maybe
if you think about the Boyles family, if you think about Andre's location, et cetera, it just seems to me that the intention is great, to work with the Forest Service because they control the put-in, and but I think private property owners will cooperate if you ask them, because they're impacted by these increases in numbers. The other thought I had, you talk about deputy sheriffs and rangers, and the ultimate success will come from people understanding how important it is to not disturb wildlife, to stay on the, stay out of the other side of the river, and to have quiet zones and kind of educate people about that. Do you think the neighbors, and we've talked many times about some sort of a volunteer, ambassador, docent kind of thing that becomes at some point part of open space. Do you think the neighbors or the forest guardians or some of the volunteer groups that are in the valley could be helpful?
I do. I mean, I'm hoping, that's why I mentioned at the beginning, we're gonna make sure that it's added to the educational component is, you know, trying to work with the Forest Conservancy or something like that to get people out on the river, to help us, you know, really educate the people. Because sometimes getting people on the river will be the greatest spot when they're hearing people screaming, say, hey, 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 calm it down here, or stuff like that. It's, you know, that'll be a huge piece, and I think it would help. We've tried it in other locations to try to get, you know, neighborhood watches. That doesn't always work very well, but if we can use existing groups that do the volunteer stuff, and they can have a consistent training and monitoring, I think we could potentially help. And if Open Space could probably, you know, help sponsor, you know, how do they get on the river? Through kayaks or, you know, stand-up paddle or something, some way that people could get on the river to help us with that information and knowledge would be.
It just seems, many of us are avid river people, and if you go to the Middle Fork of the Salmon at any of the put-ins, there's two major ones. There's a real emphasis. It's you know, the largest wilderness in the continental U.S. that you're going through for 100 miles. There's a real emphasis by the Forest Service at the put-in about how sensitive that area is that you're entering. And I don't know whether there's some way we could do that, you know, at put-ins, at parking areas or whatever, but.
Same way on the Grand Canyon.
Yeah. At Lee's Ferry.
At Lee's Ferry, the ranger comes and everybody has to do that
talk.
That talk.
Everybody.
You don't go on the river unless you do that talk.
And it's not just
Yeah.
safety, it's about things like don't disturb things, don't take anything out of the canyon. It's all those kind of principles that maybe we need to.
Rachel?
You know, I agree with that, and it brings the gravity of the situation home to someone. I don't know how you're looking at pricing the permitting fees, but it would seem natural that the permitting fee to pay for a ranger or a part-time person there would make some sense. So I don't know if it's a one-time permit fee or if it's a permit by head. You know, you run 500 people through in the course of a season, 100 trips. You know, maybe it's a per head cost that helps pay for the ranger. But I can't see doing a permit, here's your permit, $150 flat fee, and then, you know, unlimited use. So I think there should be some thought as to, you know, what would be a potential funding source for that.
And that's a good point, because that's what we do that at Jaffe Park.
Yeah.
You know, you have a flat fee once you get it, but you then have to pay user fees. So you pay user fees, and that goes directly into the boat ramp construction, the porta potties at Jaffe Park. And so those fees go directly there. That will take that coordination with the Forest Service. And I do agree that the commercial use there is not the hugest piece to the puzzle.
In North Star?
Really, yeah.
It's a private
the
use.
private use of that area that's really the piece. And I
Definitely.
think that's going back to, you know, having potential. I mean, one of the proposals in this plan is to have an ACES naturalist and to have more ranger coverage in other locations so we can really dedicate this person there, is to do exactly what you guys said, is to have a naturalist and talking to people before they put in, so that information gets transferred to them so we can avoid some of these impacts because sometimes when people hear it not from a ranger, they hear it from an actual, just a person like them, a volunteer or a naturalist, it resonates a little better. And I think it hasn't been done here. I think we need to try it. I think we get that path forward with the Forest Service. I think it could be a huge success.
Hey, Austin, we losing you?
Here.
Did you have any input from City of Aspen on this stuff?
You know, the Open Space and Trails Board had many of the same concerns that you're discussing right now, and really a lot about the recreational uses and how best to handle those. Nothing really more than that.
Great, thanks for coming.
Thanks for being
Thanks,
here.
Austin.
So, Gary, do you have a whole piece on natural resources
Well, I have,
also?
the natural resource section.
Well, what I was thinking is, the lunch is waiting
Oh,
out
yeah.
there, and we have like only 40 minutes left till we're supposed to adjourn, so I thought we should do a 5-minute break, and everybody can grab some lunch and bring it back in right now.
Perfect. Because then we can discuss. you're
Okay.
going to
Do
meet.
you want,
No.
do you want lights down?
Yeah, you can put the lights down, yeah, lights,
Okay,
at
so
least for this.
welcome back to the joint county commissioner open space and trails meeting, and we're discussing the North Star management plan, and we're all eating lunch now at the same time as listening and talking about this.
Thanks, Steve. So now we're getting more into the natural resource management. And so the natural resource management of this property, as we spoke about at the beginning, this is the priority for this piece. It's a nature preserve. And so this is the piece that we take very seriously, make big priorities, and have some significant management actions here to continue the restoration of this property. And so one of the big pieces that we see in here, there have been some changes to the plan. And the changes were, one of the big ones was to, work with Healthy Rivers and Streams, because there's a potential, we've had consultant versus consultant on this one, and we have two different consultants with two different ideas on North Star. And so the consultant for open space and trails put a management action that we put in the original draft about investigating the reconnection of the floodplain to the existing river channel.
Happening right now.
Right, which happens during bigger water, but, throughout most of the year, we don't get that. So one of the ways to do that was to look at, modeling of this area and getting the data needed for a model to see what it would take to, to how much elevation would we have to raise to get it to flood more often, over the banks more often. And so, the open space consultant felt this was a worthwhile investigation. It wasn't saying do it, it was saying investigate it. Where, Healthy Rivers and Streams comes from more the legal side, saying this could potentially be a big legal issue, and, is this really what we want to see here? And you know what? Looking at both consultants, I think they all have the same idea in mind, is to protect North Star, create as much habitat as possible, and really try to get the river as healthy as possible. So the reality here was to say, you know what, let's take this one out for now, and there's so much we agree on, and there's so many positive projects through here, that this was a future project no matter what, and really truly let's look at it in the future if necessary. So the big pieces that really haven't changed too much, but the ones that we're going to focus on is, developing a plan to stabilize the groundwater within the existing wetlands. And this piece, both boards agree with, is this drainage channel in here. This is a significant issue. This was created to drain the wetlands at one time. This was characterized now as a fen, which is even more of a rare type of wetland in Colorado. So finding a way to disconnect this and allowing water to spread out on the property instead of going straight back into the river. And so that is an investigation that we are going to start. We've started looking at it now. There's some permitting on that. We're going to work with Healthy Rivers and Streams on this. And so we're going to develop a plan this summer to do that, and we will work with Healthy Rivers and Streams on that plan and the attorney's office to make sure that this doesn't have any, water rights associated with it, but are there other legal issues that we need to look at? So as we develop the plan, we'll continue to work on that.
Gary?
So that was one big piece that hasn't changed, but it's more clarified that we're developing a plan and we will work with them. And there's the head gate
Now, is that head gate down here,
right there.
looking that direction?
Yep.
So we're looking up the drainage channel that was constructed right
Correct.
there?
By Jimmy Smith?
I think it was created by Jimmy Smith, and the reality is Open Space and Trails put this in 2001 to try to stem this. The problem was the beavers have gone around it, and the reality is we need to come up with a plan to better hold the water back instead of sending it straight to, because right now water's coming right in, but as soon as the water starts to recede, it's going to go out. So we're gonna come up with a plan, and hopefully we'll have a good plan that, everyone agrees on, and we have it all permitted, ready to go. So maybe next spring, or might have to, if we have a good year like this one, might have to wait till next fall, but we are going to address this issue. And this will also help re-wet this area around the wetlands.
Gary, can you get to our Facebook page and show everyone what the water looks like today?
I could potentially, it'll take some time.
Or I could pass my phone around.
I was gonna, I almost pull it up on my thing, so.
We've got aerial photos, I don't know if everyone has seen those, but what it looks like today, or this weekend, and it's something to see.
It is really cool, but I'll see if I can pull it up. But also, part of the other things was the stream bank restorations, and
Photos courtesy of Greg Bushman, right?
Great Ocean and the river.
And the riverboard.
why is it doing it?
We've been working on the riverbank restoration for a while now, haven't we?
We have, and so, one of the things we've been, potentially working on, here's the picture. Here's one of the pictures, but this is a good one to show.
Wow.
Wow.
Lake North Star. Because there's the wetland area that's usually way back here, is now completely a lake on this area. And so you can see the old oxbows are filled
filling up.
in.
That's
It's
cool.
actually, you can get behind these trees and
How
all
many
this
people-
area. You can float the old oxbows. And
I'm
so-
curious, how many people follow Open Space on Facebook? No?
We are big Facebookers.
No.
I want to say 560, 570.
We have 570 friends, but I would encourage everyone to follow us on Facebook.
Okay.
You will get some very exciting news.
Were these guys flying?
But
They were flying, weren't they?
they're flying here.
Isn't that a shoot right there?
Yeah. So the cool thing is from this picture, the stream bank restoration piece, we've been working on stream bank restoration for a while. And so as Patty knows, we've added woody vegetation and taken down the stream banks in certain areas that were totally getting undercut, and all they had were pasture grass growing. And you can see across from the beach, we have a before and after picture that you can see what it was and what it is today. And you can see a whole line of willows growing on that area that was just pasture grass down with a big undercut bank right across from the beach. And so, part of this when we were, discussing with Healthy Rivers and Streams is they looked at just the geomorphology section on stream bank biostabilization. And the biostabilization is only meant for this area by the cottonwoods.
Okay.
This is a significant, natural resource for us. We don't have a significant amount of cottonwoods out there. It's right near the heron colony. This could provide other habitat. It's not just a river thing. And there are also two banks that are completely denuded of any woody vegetation. All you have is pasture grass, which has outcompeted all of the riparian grasses and amazingly keeps out a ton of the willows. And so biostabilization is just adding some woody material to the bank to slow down the erosion. It's not to stop it. But this is the only area we need to do the stabilizing of it, just to slow this down because it's moving quickly into these cottonwoods. And yes, it would be nice to see some more woody vegetation in the stream, but with all the river use, I can guarantee you those trees would disappear pretty quickly. And so let's keep them up for now, especially with the herons in this area, and then restore these two banks with the appropriate vegetation. And we've started that project. We have collected 570 pieces of willow to grow, and they're growing right now. Hopefully they'll be done by the end of August. And so we are proposing a restoration project this fall, and RFOV will potentially be part of this. They have been open to a date in September to go plant all this material on these two banks. And these will be the first two. But in the management plan itself, we are going to continue the other restoration. But the great thing is both consultants from both programs are like, you know what? Be careful. You don't want to restore them all right away, because the erosion, the point banks, and everything else are critical to these stretches of river, and not all of them were vegetated at one time. So we will prioritize banks over the future to continue the restoration, and we will continue this collection of native species and put the native species. And we have alders, river birch growing too, and so we really like to keep the genotype from this area in this area, and we have found a nursery that will grow this for us. And so I think in the future we're going to continue that piece. The piece that we did in 2006, the large section of riverbanks that we've done, that was all local grown. And so yeah, it was all basically local cuttings that were grown from grafting. So
Open space,
Yeah.
grow facility.
I was going to say, it sounds like you guys already have this pretty wired in terms of tree cuttings and so on, but the annual watershed assembly, which is in October of each year, usually over in Lionshead by the State Watershed Assembly Group, has just had some great speakers, and they probably have online materials from some of those past speakers about different techniques and what takes better and what doesn't take better, and just some really good research there. So that might be something that Open Space and Trails will want to start, attending,
Right.
as opposed to just open space, since so many of your lands are water lands now.
no, that's a good point. And our consultant that's doing this and doing the collection is been part of that, the
Yeah.
watershed assembly on it. So, yeah.
Appreciate that.
Hey Gary, is that a paraglide?
Tim, did you have a
Yeah.
comment?
Oh, I'll hold it.
They're in the lower.
I just have a quick
There's
question.
mine right there.
Yeah, Patty.
What nursery are we using?
They're on.
I knew somebody was going to ask me that.
They asked me to ask
Grow
you.
facility down in Holland Hills, is that what we're using?
You were in
It's,
a
I think it's by Buena Vista.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because we used to use Colorado Rocky Mountain natives, but that does not really the same as it used to be, and so we're using another one that it's just not, the name is not popping into my head, but I'll get there.
Because I'm going to visit the new groundskeepers that bought Planet Earth. They have 8 new greenhouses, and they're growing starting a lot of their own local perennials and stuff. And I'm going to stop by there this week and I'll check in. Maybe it'd be great to have them even locally done.
I've got connections there too.
That's right, you do.
Well,
I
we'd
forgot
love to
about
have
that.
someone even more local. It's just to be able to grow this at, a reasonable cost and everything else is something significant.
It'd be
Because,
great.
we're doing 570 willow cuttings, but we're also doing alders and river birch, and, it comes to, in the thousands of little things, and doing it the way we need it in the right type of pot and
The
plant
little
and everything
plugs.
else. If you have somebody who already does it and knows what they're doing, it's a big bonus. But so, getting back to this, the other piece that was not in the original draft, and that was just an oversight by us, was we have been managing the aquatic habitat. I think I sent you everybody, we sponsored the Roaring Fork Conservancy on the North Star sections. The city of Aspen did the in-town sections to monitor the aquatic habitat out at North Star. And North Star is kind of the control point for the city of Aspen populations of aquatic habitat. The great thing about that 2012 report was that both North Stars were rated healthy, and they're doing great, and we're going to just remonitor. Right now, we're talking about every 5 years, but the city of Aspen, I just met with the stormwater person, April Long, and she might do one this year. If she does, we will change our monitoring to every 3 years, and we will work with them, because we want, if they're going to have somebody in the city of Aspen doing those stretches that they've done already, we'll do North Star at the same time. So yeah.
Lisa, what did Healthy Rivers contribute to making sure we got these photographs?
Well, Greg Postman, one of our members who went up, he had the opportunity to go up in I don't know with who, or a plane, and shoot them. So we contributed some funds just for the gas expense.
And there's a whole collection of them that the county now owns.
Nice. Very nice. Thank you for us.
When was this taken?
2 days ago.
Wow.
Nice.
So yeah, these
Isn't it amazing?
and it's great too, because it's so much better than our maps and stuff, because this is what we would like to see more often. And so this is something where hopefully in the future, you know, is there a possibility more to happen? So, you know, right now, this is going to be a great storage. That's why the city of Aspen, you know, the stormwater department is very interested in this. They've been doing a lot of work on making the stormwater cleaner before it gets to the river. But one of the pieces is to put more water in the river. And what we are doing at North Star, and both boards have really, you know, supported, is we're going to do a lot more groundwater monitoring. There are monitoring wells that we have data from the late 1900s. I mean, the late 1990s. And so that information, we're going to redo those wells. They're still out there, and we're going to put data loggers in there. We're also going to be putting, you know, some more groundwater monitoring. We're going to work with Aspen Global Change Institute to put soil monitoring out there, so we can really see, you know, how this flood affected our area, but also future hydrologic actions happen, and it also tell us, you know, this is what we'd like to see more often every spring, is, you know, the hill slope geology, all this water running down the hill slope would fill this wetland, and don't drain it back to the river. Keep it out here and keep it in this area as long as they can until it soaks in, so we can release back to the river over time. Instead, with that drainage cut there, you know, it's, as the beavers do more, we're trying to stall that, but we'll be, you know, looking at ways to make it look like this more often. But overall, those are the big changes, and we're continuing to, you know, take your comments.
Tim and then Rachel.
Just on the timeline that this is going to come back to the Open Space Board July 2nd, which is our next meeting, and it's already summer. And so as I read about some of the recreation management issues and some of the other things, are you, I think about Rachel's comment about the permitting system, maybe it's Patty's, the notion of it's not just a flat rate. Okay. Are those permits already issued?
We cannot, the Forest Service is not permitted, they're not permitting the river users out of Wildwood. And so,
But we have commercial.
Right now, we only allow one commercial operator.
But you're
Until this plan
recommending
is
two.
updated and the ordinance changes,
If
we would
this-
only have one.
Okay, what I was kind of getting at, and I spoke with Ruthie about this as well before she left, it would seem that the opportunity to, if you think about, you know, I was a guide once, my kids were guides. If you think about the population of people who are the guides for the companies and people who are enjoying this surge of activity, there's a great opportunity for them to be trained, for them to have a guide for guides, for them to have to get trained in order to run this stretch, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And it seems to me that rather than waiting a year or whatever, if we can, and I don't know whether we can, but if we can't, we can. It seems to me that if this is going to be, with all the input from the partners and the public, adopted maybe in July, first by our board and then perhaps by the Board of County Commissioners, the things that you could address July 2nd are what can we do this summer of 2015 to begin to take steps that once adopted will be required, because you can't start in August. So I don't know what they might be, but it just seems like, you know, this is going to be widely I think the adoption will be widely publicized when we finally have a new North Star plan. It's going to come right in the middle of the summer. So I just ask you to think about that. The other thing on winter use is, I read all the comments and I saw that there was a fair amount of comments about not extending groom trails into the James H. Smith, and that I think this plan recommends that the snowmobile type grooming would be allowed. Is that right?
The plan says that it would be open to, based on the Nordic Council coming to you and then the Open Space Board making the final decision, but it's
That's what
not
I-
to say no to it.
Yeah, and it says in here that, and I didn't note it, but it talks about the Nordic Council are going to come in with a recommendation. Would that be after the new plan then is adopted?
You know what?
Where we'd
Talking
have to
about-
amend the new plan, or?
No. It would, you wouldn't have to, well, the thing is, right now, you cannot groom via a motorized
Right.
snowmobile, so the plan would allow it. So then, once it's allowed, if Open Space Board approves and the BOCC approves the budget to continue to actually go forward with that, then you don't have to amend the management plan.
Okay.
But we never have to actually go forward with it, because there's some constraints in that. And I don't even know if we're gonna contemplate it for next winter. It might be 2 winters from now. And it's just opening that door so we don't have to amend the management plan. And it's something the Nordic Council would like to see, is just a little bit of an expansion out there. Because you have the one loop at North Star, it being able to get into a treed area would add a different type of experience than the other. So it's just opening
Is
that
it
door.
your impression from how he was on both boards or others that that would likely be their request?
You know,
Nordic
it's funny, because
Council.
I talked to Howie about this after the public comments started coming in.
Yeah.
Because at first, Howie was, yes, the Nordic Council would come in tomorrow. But after listening to the public comments, you know what? They're going to take a bigger look at this.
Okay. I just wanted that to be clear.
Rachel,
Yeah, I really like this.
Forgot me.
I know.
You're next.
I have you on the
He had
radar.
said Tim and Rachel, but I really like the idea of some sort of guide training. And, you know, it could be modeled after the TIPS program, where a certain percentage of your bartenders must be TIPS trained to go forward. But if anyone's going to spread the message, it's going to be the guides. And that could be a permitting requirement. So I really like that concept. The second thing I'd just say briefly is, as you're doing these water studies and wells and work with Healthy Rivers and Stream, the city of Aspen, we really need to keep in mind and talk to the attorneys about how that data might be helpful in the future when future or increased Trans Mountain diversions are proposed. Because this is some of your best background for requiring mitigation or reducing that. Everyone knows there are water rights to take another 20% of the Roaring Fork River. Not sure how and when they would do that, but it could affect the river. So make sure we're getting double duty out of those kind of numbers and studies that will benefit us later. Thank you.
And then to answer, we require river guide training in our permit.
Okay.
We do with the Roaring Fork Conservancy.
Okay.
And that would definitely be happening here.
This summer?
The amazing thing is all the guides that would even use this stretch are all guides that are permitted from open space in other areas. So it's our overall commercial use policy would be to have them all trained. So they are all trained by the Roaring Fork Conservancy. That's part of their thing. And it's one of the things that we as a county help sponsor, is to make sure the Roaring Fork Conservancy could put that training on. So yeah.
Just to put a kind of footnote on my point, having worked on rivers, I'm talking about training people who are working the North Star stretch.
Right.
Yeah.
Because you work all over the place when you're a river guide. And that's not like Toothache or other places. It's a wildlife refuge, basically.
Graham?
I think this plan's really headed in the right direction, and I think there's been a lot of good work on it, and I think everybody involved kind of feels the same, that the direction should be, a nature preserve with compatible recreation. A few, specific comments. The whole issue of sort of partying is an issue for a lot of people, and I think it's not compatible with the nature preserve idea. And I think, there are a few things that I would comment on specifically about the plan. One is that while you've increased the number of potential commercial operators and the group size, which is good, I think there should be a limit on the number of groups per day or whatever. And it could be something that's flexible in the future, but I think it'd be an easy thing to monitor those commercial permits and to set a specific number. In the plan, there's a quiet zone around the Heron area. I kind of think that quiet zone should be extended to the whole river except for the beach and the put in and take out. You know, when I'm kayaking, for instance, I can be going down a river and there's a couple of ducks and I might be able to sneak by them and they don't fly. If I say to my buddy, hey, look at the ducks, they're gone. And I think there's, I think being quiet and being respectful is very important, and I think if you just have a quiet zone for the herons, people get out of the quiet zone and all of a sudden it's a party. So I would consider extending the quiet zone to the whole stretch.
To Glenwood?
Well, and then I thought there were some interesting ideas in the letter from Weston Boyles on page C20, having to do with the promotion that goes on in hotels and different things about aimed at tourists. You know, hey, this is or in Aspen magazine or whatever, hey, this is a great thing to do. And I think to the extent that we can kind of discourage that, I think it's all the better.
Graham?
Yes, sir.
It might be easier to inform it than to discourage
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, okay.
To say, this is a wildlife preserve.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think there's a real opportunity, and we've seen it this spring, to maybe, you know, do the best we can to coordinate with the Eastern Slope Tunnel folks, and it's not specifically in here, but, you know, they changed their pattern and let more water out for their own reasons, but I think if they knew about North Star and about how they might be able to help with our water situation, you know, as much as possible, I think we ought to coordinate with them and see if there's any possibility for them to help us. And then finally, on the Nordic skiing, I don't know if it's groomed for skating right now, is it?
On the
Skate ski.
reserve?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. I'd suggest that we maybe consider classic only skiing there. And the reasons are that I think skating is more of kind of an, you know, an aerobic endurance kind of thing. I think there are a lot of sort of areas, we have a lot of areas where you can train and exercise. I think classic skiing is more compatible with the idea of a nature preserve, and it's slower paced, and I think people have a little bit of a different mindset. And also, if we just groom for Nordic tracks, it may have less of an impact on the Subnivean environment. So I think we ought to talk to the Nordic people about that and maybe ask them about that. So anyway, those are.
Well, that's I mean, to me, that the Nordic piece is you know, something that could come back. The management plan allows the potential for grooming. How it gets groomed, that's really going to be up to the Open Space Board and the BOCC of how it gets groomed, if it does, because you're the ones who make the financial piece of how that happens. So I think that's a good conversation to have. I really like that.
I do too.
And yeah, the quiet zone through the preserve, you know what? It's not a bad idea at all.
I think it's a good idea.
It's you know, that's one of those easy, you know, one of those really cool ideas that, you know, we were just trying to so protect the herons that you kind of forget. Because we're not seeing a lot of impact to the rest, but you're right, there are other things that if people just know the whole preserve's a quiet zone, because that's what we're trying to do, the whole thing, so that's a really good piece. And then on the limit, on the number of groups per day, We were gonna do that in our overall commercial guidelines and not try to put it in a management plan because I don't know what to tell you about how many groups really. I could say size of group pretty clearly. If you do 6 or less, it's gonna be a pretty small group and the impact's gonna be small. But if 3 or 10 are really, if they're spread out, I think we should deal with that in more of a thing that's adaptable. Because if you put it in the management plan, it becomes unadaptable. Because we have to approve it by ordinance. So I definitely agree we need to do that. And before we would actually create the regulations on it, I think we would bring it back to the Open Space Board with a specific recommendation on the number of groups to get that feeling. But I'd rather not put it in the management plan because I just can't give you a good number of how many groups.
Well, I think then maybe it should be in the management plan that we have that control. So that at least the commercial operators know that that's on the radar, and when it comes up and they come in, we can point to the plan and say, you know, we have that regulatory option.
We can clear that.
Staggered launches.
George, do you have any thoughts? Okay, Rachel?
Well, I was just going to say, that is going to take a lot of management, because I could see a group of 30 at a hotel, oh, okay, we're going to have 5 groups of 6. And they all kind of launch spontaneously, and they kind of keep up and catch up in the river, and you're back to a group of 30. So how you're going to manage that, I don't know, but that's got to, there's a workaround for that, I guess is what I'm saying. And 6 seemed to me to be a right number in a way, but you know, it's really 2 couples with 1 child, or 2.5 couples, and that's got to be a tough group to sell, you know, I mean, or to have people say, but there's 9 of us, what do we do? Oh, we have to take 2 guides, we'll launch separately, but we'll connect on the trail, you know, and you just kind of have to watch how that really occurs.
You know, I think that creates respect for the nature preserve concept. When, and I was in Belize, for instance, this winter. We went on a birding thing, and there were only 3 people. And that kind of just fosters a respect for that environment, and it says there are limits here. And so, anyway.
I agree. I'm just saying how it's managed,
Yeah.
and how people play it is going to be important.
I agree.
But good work.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Can you get a sense of those of us who are here about this idea of the whole preserve being a quiet zone? Because, you know, when I think about the logo back when it was being created in 2000 of the heron, said North Star Nature Preserve or something like that, was blue heron. I think that conjures up, from the moment you set foot on the property and see any sign, whether it's this or whatever it is, a sort of reverence for this is unusual, this is special, this is light footprint. And I'm just curious if everyone, since Gary's going to take all this back and kind of cogitate on it, if anyone has a
Thumbs up and
objection.
thumbs down.
I can comment on that. I think it's going to be hard to enforce when somebody falls off the boat and into the cold water and hoops and hollers. But I think if you have that premise that this is a quiet zone, people will be more respectful overall, rather than, you know, just telling them, just that information. It's not just around the herons, it's the length of that span, and just letting them know that it doesn't mean people can't hoop and holler a little bit. I think it'll give them a different sense when they start the trip.
And certainly no amplified music, you know, becomes obvious.
Yeah,
Yeah.
That would be specific, you know?
To me,
that's already there.
floating through anything in one stretch from Dot Zero down to the Bear Ranch on the Colorado River that's an incredible bird sanctuary along there. And when we're going through something like that, I'm just so awestruck that it's like a whisper zone. If we're talking, we're just whispering in our family. When in your packet here, Gary, this one sentence says, floating along the Roaring Fork from Wildwood to the north end of North Star is an incredible experience. And to me, it would be an incredible experience going really quietly, but if I came around a corner or if I was going slowly and a party group came by making a bunch of noise, well, it wouldn't be such an incredible experience anymore. It would ruin the experience. So I think it's largely a matter of just education and getting, without being draconian measures of, you know, really being restrictive. We just need to educate people, and we might not get it all done at once, but that's the goal we need to strive for, is to have it be a quiet, reverent experience for everybody.
And Lindsay pointed that out to me. We do, I mean, one of our main management actions is excessive noise is prohibited. I mean, it's all users must be respectful of the tranquility of the nature preserve and the experience of others, and trying to make sure that's front and center is going to be the key, because I agree with you. I look at it as an incredible experience, but yes, if I come around a group of 30 people screaming, that ruins it.
But that could be messaged every place there's a sign, including from Wildwood put in to the boundary. I mean, that you're entering a wildlife sanctuary.
Well, that was the whole point of the quiet zone.
George, have a...
But it's not just for the herons.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with Graham. This is not a long stretch. It's not like people are going to be on this for hours, right? It's a short stretch. You're entering a nature preserve, and it should be quiet. It's sort of like if you're taking a motorboat out of a marina going out through a waterway. And so, you know, it's 5 miles an hour, but as soon as you get to a certain point, boom, no one goes gradually from 5 miles to 10, they go from 5 to 40. And so you could go from this one little section, everyone's really quiet, and you get by this one sign, and then you start hooping and hollering. And so I think it's a great idea, and I support it.
Good, thanks.
But we need to keep remembering this is public open space. So we can't ask people to, you know, put on the duct tape and not make a peep, especially the generation. I think he comes back to...
Especially your kids.
My kids are really respectful of the river since they work on the river, but they're older now. But I just think that the main thing is that it really is put out there that this is a nature preserve, please be respectful. You know, the birds depend on it or whatever. Just, you know, to get that hook set right away when they're starting off. And I think that's important. And I think that message will carry over. And maybe we'll still have some whooping and hollering, but it'll be lower key, especially if we don't have groups of 65 people on inner tubes going down. That was a
Great thing
little...
we didn't see that happen again. I mean, that was the extreme that we want to avoid in the future.
And it ruins the experience for even the people in that group if there's 65 of you, I think. So maybe it's part of the education process.
Okay, well,
I think I got some good direction.
you got some good
Gary,
direction.
thanks. Great job.
You guys have done an awesome job getting this together and incorporating all the different thoughts from a lot of different groups. And
We'll come back to you guys with...
the nice thing about a management plan, you know, we might not get it perfect this time, but we'll revisit it eventually. But it looks to me like we're really on the right track for, you know, a good management plan for the next 5 years.
Yeah, well, and that's the key to this one, is due to the ordinance giving the conservation easement. We got to look at it every 5 years. So this will give us that opportunity to, on this one, to see how these things are going. And really, if we need to make tweaks, we'll go through a major process to make them. So yeah, I appreciate it.
Great, thanks.
Thanks, Gary.
Thanks, Gary.
You're welcome. I think we're
Okay, do we need a motion to come out of special meeting or not? I don't think so. So,
No, we didn't make a motion.
thank you.
Thanks.
The two of you, Open Space and Trails, who were faithful and
Thank you.
managed to be
Everybody
here.
send- I'm
You
going
didn't
out to
have
the
any
back.
major injuries or
Hey,
anything,
Steve,
we
I'm
gonna
appreciate
eat
it.
that
Steve,
cake.
I'm going to bring more next.
Can we just close by asking everyone to send Hawk Greenway their best feelings?
Best feelings, best thoughts.
Bye.
And Shelley?
So we'll take, well, we're scheduled to restart at 1 o'clock.
We already lost Rachel. 'Cause
So we got a little more, almost 10 minutes for the Board of Commissioners here. I want to go get some of that dessert.
Get out of your way.
we're not on yet. We're
To the Board of County Commissioners work session on Tuesday, June 16th. We've been meeting with the Open Space and Trails Board earlier today, and now it's just our board. And first up, we have a future agenda calendar.
And I do not have anything on future agendas.
I have a couple of things that can be added for other meetings that are coming up, and they're Club 20 summer policy meetings. And on July 16th and 17th in Rifle, there will be policy meetings. I don't think you need to have the titles of which of the committees necessarily. Then on July 30th and 31st in Lake City.
So what days in July was that?
July 16th and 17th. The 16th is the same day we have EOTC here, so later
Right.
afternoon. Rachel?
Yeah, along those lines, I didn't have the new EOTC date. I knew it had been changed. I will not be attending the EOTC meeting. The Northwest Council of Governments Water QQ meeting is going to be in Crested Butte on the 16th, so I won't be here in time for that. And, I don't know that we've always put the Club 20 subcommittee meetings and, things like QQ on the regular agenda. But if people would like to attend the meetings, we're welcome to have those. Okay.
Yeah, I think it's almost an FYI to the other board members that
If they want to attend.
know that they're going on, not necessarily that they would be there.
Yeah,
but,
yeah, because obviously I'm not going to make the 16th meeting for Club 20.
yeah. Okay, George?
Phyllis, on next week, next Tuesday, we have a joint meeting with the city of Aspen, or is that just a prep? Oh, I guess that's just a prep on July 7th, okay.
Yes.
Never mind, okay.
It's on the zero waste.
Right. So far, that is one item that has been requested.
But we will, next week we can discuss.
Right.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
Okay, is that all on future agendas?
Yeah.
Okay, next we have a citizen board interview, and we have Raleigh Dutz is here to interview for the Board of Appeals. And you could come up and sit at the table here, Raleigh. The county commissioners always conduct interviews when somebody's new is applying for a position, and some of the boards, we also, when they're up for renewal, we'll also sometimes interview people, although I don't believe for the Board of Appeals. So we thank you for your interest in applying for the Board of Appeals, and I'm curious why are you interested in being on the Board of Appeals? How do you think you're qualified for that?
Well, thank you, Steve, and really glad to be here. I've been living in Aspen since 1995, but during the recession in 2009, I'm an architect, so I left, and I thought I was just going to go really take the two kids, my wife, and go to Bali for just, I don't know, a couple weeks, maybe a month at the most, and I ended up staying 6 years.
Whoa. It's a lot.
Good recession.
It was a good recession. And started a company there, a textile company. But anyway, and practice architecture there. But Aspen was always in my heart, and I did want to get back, and finally was able to get back here. And my whole family were back here in town just recently, as of November of last year. So I want to be involved in this dynamic, amazing community that has given so much to me over the last 20 years. even from remotely. And when I was in Indonesia, I always kept up with the times in the newspaper, and I like to give back. I feel like this is a great opportunity for me to be able to have, some sort of input and also contribution to what's going on here.
I have a question in general. How often does the Board of Appeals meet? Sure, I mean, Phyllis, do you know?
I don't know.
I don't think they meet from past experience very often,
No.
but it might be a good foot in the door for, say, P&Z down the line, because you do have great credentials.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I think it'd be great to have you on board, because I think you have some understanding of what the Board of Appeals is all about.
Yeah, I did actually scanned Google to see if there had been any newspaper article written about any kind of Board of Appeals decision. I found nothing after 3 or 4 pages. So, but yes, even in a very small role, I'd happy to be involved in any way.
Rachel?
Yeah, thank you, and thank you for applying and your past service with the city and other boards. It's true that board does not meet nearly as often as, say, the city Board of Adjustments, because county lots are so much bigger, county land use code. But there are times when there's kind of issues and need to be worked through, and I just want to make sure that you're as comfortable saying no to things as perhaps yes, and that, we don't want to see the Board of Appeals as being a kind of a way around either restrictions our board has put in place on a property or constraints the owners sometimes have created themselves. They've used so much of their FAR on one thing that now they need a little more to finish off this and things like that. So, preservation of the open space and community character, neighborhood character, even though the lots are bigger, is equally important. And I just kind of want to know, how do you handle pressure from what may be colleagues of yours in the industry asking for a little change?
Well, I'm glad you asked that question. So when I moved to Bali, just for example, I moved there 6 years ago, and we moved to this little area called Ubud. Right behind our house were these fields of rice fields where they just stretched on for miles. And our little street, a car could barely get up it. So I chose that place to build our house there because I thought there's just no way they could develop here. They can't even get a truck in there. Well, 6 years later, they figured out a way to get a truck in there because they get a truck as close as they can to the place, and then they just start doing wheelbarrow after wheelbarrow. And now that walk that I loved is almost gone. It's almost completely within 6 years. So I recognize the world is filling up. We have 7 billion people here, and it's got to go somewhere, but I would rather not go here. So Pickens County to me is the one bastion where open space is valued, paramount, and that's in my heart as well, to make sure that stays open space. So I also applied to the Open Space and Trails Board because I'm a heavy trail user. So yes, I understand pressure. I had to make a couple hard calls when I was on HPC. I had a lot of historic projects myself at the time, but I was always able to, understand what's really going on, what's the purpose of the community here in these boards.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks.
George?
This is more of a question for Phyllis. Is this a joint board?
I believe it is. Why is it?
I don't think it's a joint board. I think that's just kind of telling us where the people live.
Well, I
Where
was
it says
curious
city
why,
versus
yeah, I
county
was curious
residents.
because we usually don't have that designated for other boards where people live. I was just curious why there's seats designated as county seats and city.
It is a joint board. I think it's came from when there was one building department, and this has worked well. And they're hearing, appeals on building permits and decisions. So I'd have to get more detail from Brian Paul, but I believe this is one of those that still remains as a joint.
I'd like to get some more information. So that's if I understand you correctly, that means that this board hears appeals not only from the county but also from the city and vice versa. It sounds a little strange to me, especially since we no longer have a joint building and planning department. So I'd like to revisit that or clarify that.
We can do that. I remember when we were working on all the the citizen boards, that it is joint. I don't know that it operates. It's not called into action very often, but I'll find out from Brian.
All right, thanks.
I was unaware of that.
Yeah, I saw that we had city seats and county seats, but we do that on other boards, have district seats or area seats, so I didn't even think of it being a joint
Board.
board, yeah, because I don't remember that ever being that way, but obviously it has been. See, I'll learn something new every day.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, thanks again for applying for the position. It takes us usually several weeks to decide, so you won't hear anything from us right away. And but we appreciate your interest. And
Did you have any questions for us?
No, thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you for the
Thanks,
time, I
Alex.
appreciate it.
Thank you.
okay, yeah, you can.
Okay.
Bye. Okay, next we have a citizen board interview with Candace Cross. Do you want to come up to the table here, please?
Hi.
So Candace, you're applying for the Citizen Grant Review Committee. And that's, to us, is a very important committee, and we appreciate your interest in that. Could you tell us a bit about your experiences that you feel would qualify you for being on that board?
Sure. About half of my career has been in the for-profit side with corporations, and then in the last 8 years I switched to working with nonprofits. They have been mostly educational nonprofits until I moved to the Valley and got involved with health and human services groups here. I started with Habitat for Humanity, and now I am with the Aspen Community Foundation. And so I bring, a lot of background in, I understand the nonprofit business model. I have the utmost respect for this process and the fact that it designates about $2 million worth of taxpayer funds to the nonprofits. I completely understand the importance of that revenue stream to the nonprofits to support stable funding for the operations that they do. I think that my financial background, I'm a finance major out of CU, and so my financial background would come in handy when taking a look at the budget statements and financial statements for the nonprofits. So that's a little bit about my background and what I think is relevant, and I'm just passionate about the work that the nonprofits in this region do to support the culture and the environment that we all enjoy here and the people that make it happen. And that's what the health and human services nonprofits are doing. So.
Mm-hmm. Patty?
One of the fun things about this board is they have a very condensed schedule. They meet at a certain time. They're it's at the end of summer, first of fall.
End of August.
End of August, yeah. They really get together, and so it's really compact. So it's pretty intense for that couple of weeks in there, and it's a lot of reading, which I'm sure you're used to with grant applications and information. It's fun, and we try to have a youth member from the school system that's on the board.
That's outstanding.
I don't know if there's a youth member currently, but we've always had one in the past, and it's always been great. So it's a good opportunity, and you have some really good credentials in here, so I appreciate that.
Yeah, thank you.
George?
Thanks for applying again.
My pleasure.
So with the Aspen Community Foundation, you're giving out grants as well to nonprofits?
That's correct.
So do you see any conflicts of interest in terms of looking at perhaps similar nonprofits who are applying, or where you would like to see a nonprofit perhaps receive more dollars than the Community Foundation is able to get? How will you balance that?
Because that's not the area of the foundation's work that I do. Is I do not participate in the foundation's grant review process. My responsibility is around donor relations, and so I do all the marketing communications for the foundation. I do meet with donors, and I think that's actually one of the benefits, is that by getting to know these local nonprofits, I can better connect them with donors who are interested in supporting the causes that they support. So I don't see the conflict because I don't participate in the grant making that the foundation does.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, sure.
Rachel?
Yeah, I was going to have a question along the same lines, and thank you for applying and your work and commitment to the community. It was more than a decade or so ago. I was on the city council at the time, and they do grants as well. And there was an awkward situation in that I think it was the city manager at the time had met with the foundation manager. And so then when we were doing the grants at the city, it was like, well, the community foundation told us this one's going under anyhow, so let's not do anything there. And the community foundation said this, and it really became undue influence of what the community foundation's evaluation was, separate from the city's evaluation of, yeah, but this is an important startup, and we want to give them a little more effort, or who's going to fill that gap if they don't. And it really just became awkward that it was kind of secondary vetting that no one could respond to. And so, I think that that's just something that, even if it's not your area where you don't do the grant reviews, that doesn't mean within the office there isn't discussion or, talk about, oh, well, these guys really wasted it, or these guys did this. And I just want to make sure that it doesn't cross over between the two jobs. And, I know that your group releases annually, this is our focus for the year, or these are the types of programs we're focusing on, and I'm willing to see it go forward because I think your experience is important, but I just want to give you that heads up that that's a very, very important component, that we may have different interests than they, and it's just important that this doesn't become an adjunct use for the community foundation of punishing people who should be punished, or rewarding those who you see favorably. And then I guess the other question to ask would be how well do you do under pressure of there's always more requests than there are dollars available.
Would you like me to answer further about the first part in terms
Either,
of, certainly
take it either
there
way.
is a colleague in my office whose sole responsibility is to vet all the grants, and so she is the one that is intimately familiar with the nonprofits and their grant applications and so forth. It just simply is not a part of what I do. My job is to interface with the individual donors, to understand what their philanthropic visions are, what areas of interest they have, and to connect them with nonprofits in the Valley. So certainly is that information available in my office? Do some things happen? Sure, but it's, I completely respect the confidentiality of this process, and to keep separate what's happening at the county level, and to understand what the county's priorities are. And you've certainly clearly spelled those out in your 6 strategic priority areas and so forth. And I think that I can absolutely do an excellent job of that, of keeping those things compartmentalized, if you will, to the extent that I may overhear something in the office, but I just don't sense that that's going to cloud my judgment in any way. Nor would I be looking to bring any additional background information to the committee deliberations beyond what's being presented to us in the grant application. So,
Okay.
And then the second part of your question,
Pressure.
Oh, pressure, yes. Right.
Oscar, what was the second part?
Yeah. I think what I bring to that is, I do understand that there are more requests than there are dollars available. I think I bring an incredible attention to detail and an ability to discern, information within the nonprofits applications that, will help the committee to make that recommendation to you as to where the fund should be. Again, just having that background with nonprofits, understanding the business model, understanding the region's priorities with, just my work here in the Valley and some of the work I've been doing with the Mountain Rural Philanthropy Day Steering Committee. I think I have a strong sense of, your priorities. I was part of the team that developed the pod presentation to you last December, and so, went through the whole thought process about how can we best communicate to you the work that such a disparate set of nonprofits is doing, across this valley. So I think I'm, incredibly reliable, dependable. I'm sorry. Hi, Mitzi. How are you? It's okay. So that's what I think I bring to that piece. The pressure is
Okay,
not a
goes with the
concern.
jobs.
Yes,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Okay. Thank you for your application.
My pleasure.
A lot of the work of the committee takes place in a short, intense few days, which maybe Mitzi could more fill you in on what that schedule looks like. But would that work fit into your personal and work schedule if you had to take off from work to do several days? And I think they tend to have long meetings, a few long meetings, and some of the other board members were hoping to have more meetings and have them be shorter so they can really stay focused during the time of their meeting. But does that sound like something that you would be up to and
Absolutely.
able to do that?
What Bitsy explained was that there were mostly evening meetings when we do the deliberation, starting at 4:30, so that doesn't conflict with, with my job schedule at all. I am fortunate to be an empty nester, so I have time on my hands to do all the reading that's required in the August timeframe. And so I don't see the time commitment being an issue at all.
Okay.
I apologize, everyone, for being late. I thought we
We're
started
moving a
1:30.
little, it was, but we were moving.
Oh, yeah, we were just a
I'm
little
so sorry.
bit
I made
ahead,
it
so.
right for 1:30, sorry. Yeah, no, what Candace says is true. Actually, really the bulk, the actual meetings are only 2 or 3 nights, and they're mid-September. And actually, the team can decide when they start. So we, depending on people's daytime schedules, we can make it. The youth like the earlier, and we try to meet about 4 to 5 hours. So it's pretty intense, and then the rest of the time is on your own, the reading and the scoring.
Do you feed the dinner?
Oh, huge.
Okay. Want to make
Yes,
sure we're
ma'am.
keeping everybody
I
happy.
am all about the dinners.
Okay,
Never fear.
thank you.
So a lot of the board members get their packet, I'm directing this to
Yes.
Mitzi.
Yes,
Get
yes,
the
yes,
packet ahead of
absolutely.
time, plenty of time to read if they're diligent in doing their homework and being ready.
Because of the budget cycle and just being conscious of needing to get everything done in time, we have set the application deadline. It's always the first week of August. It's the first Monday. So it's August 3rd. And in our office, we just try to do a very quick turnaround. We make a master set of binders. You all have seen these huge books. And we get them over to Independence Press as fast as we can, and they make multiple copies. So that next week is when we hope to bring everyone together and give them, so it's 3 to 4 weeks to read. I hope it's enough time. People do it different ways, the folks who've been on the committee a long time have figured out a method so that it fits in with your life.
So, Steve, I noticed there's a few vacancies, it looks like.
Actually, where we're at right now,
From what I have on-
The youth.
actually, I think we're good. With Candace's application, we have Ellen F. Hunt coming back.
Right.
You all might remember that Ellen joined the committee, but then last fall,
She was
had
gone
to be
last year,
absent.
yeah.
And we had 2 students, and we were so lucky because you all agreed to have one student be an alternate and the other be the full member. And you agreed that that alternate
Could step
up into the youth, and then the youth who'd served stepped into Ellen's, and that was Isabel Wolford, stepped into Ellen's shoes for the 1 year. And Ellen is coming back, and then we still have Robin Van Dam.
Robin. And then I just noticed that the other vacancies are the youth, so there's like 3 possible youth positions?
No, there's always 1 or 2. We're able, I believe, to have 2 youth.
This says 2 youth and an alternate.
Did they both
Well,
graduate
that's funny
last year?
because they did. I
The one
thought we
position
had-
is a regular or a
Yes.
youth. That's what it is.
Oh, one is a regular or a youth,
And then a youth and then a youth alternate.
But you can have a youth, which I think is great.
I think
And
having
actually,
kids on there is good.
in July, we do have a youth coming for your approval, for your interview. And this is a young gal, actually, who, again, we're going to be blessed. She's an incoming junior.
Oh,
So
yay.
if it all works well, that'll be 2 years. And there's also a young man, same status, but he hasn't quite turned in his application. I'm giving him little nudges. But that would be great. Then we would have 2 youth who could stay for 2 years. And the gal that's coming is Anna Patterson. She's a ski racer. So that'll be really interesting.
And it's good if your kid's in the IB program too. It's really helpful for their IB statistics that they have to do.
It's one of the most rewarding civic projects that one of the high schoolers could actually do.
Giving away money? Yeah, I think so.
And learning, the main thing they say is learning about all the agencies is just amazing. They love that. They love it. It's a great value for them.
Okay.
So, thank you, and
Well, thank you,
so
and
flustered for being late, I'm so
Yeah.
sorry.
Oh, no problem, Mitzi.
We were
and
early.
I'm so happy that Candace applied. So, I mean, she's gonna bring a tremendous asset to this committee through your especially through your accounting background, your financial management background, I think it's going to be really helpful and good. Before we leave, though, I do want to introduce our new part-time Healthy Community Fund assistant, and that's Lisa Yorker, who came with me today. Lisa started in February. You all might remember that you approved a certain percentage, up to 5% of the fund, to be for assistance, and Lisa's working 20 hours and has been invaluable so far this spring, so we're really happy to have her on board. And that's going on with the fund. Right. Another cycle.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, thank you so
You're
much for
welcome.
applying, Candace, and it'll take us several weeks before we make our official, we have to do an ordinance and
We have time.
discuss the different, we have a number of applications we need to discuss and vote on, so.
Thank you so much.
Steve, since we have a few minutes, can we do something about the other two candidates that we've interviewed? Don't we still have two?
Well, what I was thinking is, we have Jonah and Dustin here right now, and
Isn't
I'd
that
rather.
right, George?
I was thinking to have them, theirs is just a very short presentation. We're waiting for John Kelleher to come in, and he's not here yet, so why don't you two come up and so we can get you on the road back to work.
Well, thank you very much for seeing us this afternoon.
Thank you.
So I'm Dustin Obel, Assistant Aviation Director out at the airport, run the Ops and Facilities Department.
And Jonah Frank, the Big Bang Fleet Manager.
As you're aware, we're here in front of you today to talk to you about the additional quad cab pickup added to the airport fleet. As you read, the airport has 25 full-time staff members and a number of on-call and seasonal folks and responsibilities on both sides of the airport. And today we have 6 vehicles for doing all the operational aspects outside of our heavy equipment, and some specialized units to handle all the inspections, painting, just pretty much the day-to-day business. And that number of vehicles really kind of limits our overall effectiveness and our ability to split up and be just efficient. We could be a little bit more efficient with an additional vehicle year-round. One thing to mention that's a little bit different from the budget process that we went through last year is we did see some opportunity to save some money in the budget this year, and through this new budget process we'll be looking at opportunities to extend the service life of some of our vehicles, with obviously the help of fleet, because they do a great job maintaining them. So really, the staff, airport staff and fleet recommends kind of moving forward with addition of the quad cab pickup with a snowplow blade, unless otherwise directed, and we'd like to answer any questions that you guys might have.
Patty?
Yeah, so it's multi-purpose. It's not like we're just getting a vehicle that does one job. It's a vehicle that, as you've written, does a lot of jobs. So it makes sense as a backup or a primary vehicle. It makes things more efficient, is my understanding.
Correct, yeah, it'd be cross-utilized mainly amongst the operations and facilities department.
At the airport.
Yeah, at the airport.
Rachel?
Yeah, thank you. In general, I'm supportive of this as well. The one in the description that kind of caught my eye was running errands. And I'd hate to see a big quad truck with a plow on the front running into town to drop off mail or something. I mean, the running errands just doesn't seem to match to me to having a heavy plow and the type of gas usage. And so I'd like to make sure that that's kind of carefully segregated off. If it's an errand on the airport, then maybe it makes sense and they're doing two things at the same time or something. But, if anything, you should have a light little hybrid if it's running errands where they have to go into town or to Glenwood or even to Denver or something like that. So I just like to make sure that you're conscious of that. It's a big vehicle for errands.
Yeah. George?
Let me follow up on that. I've got a couple of questions. The first is, why would you need a quad cab? I'm assuming quad cabs cost more. Maybe that's wrong assumption, but
I'll let Jonah answer the kind of cost perspective, but in general, the quad cab vehicle allows for some of the efficiencies for getting additional staff members in the vehicle, also transporting things in the winter to stay out of the elements. Just, it has more effective space for us. It allows people to ride along with you. We also would use these vehicles for inspections with like the FAA. So if they'd come to do a certification inspection, you know, like myself, another operations officer, and our inspectors would go along with us. So we use the vehicles not only for all these different errands, but also for inspections and stuff of that nature. And then the cost I'll pass on to Joe.
What do you use now for inspections with the FAA? What sort of vehicle are you using?
We have a Tahoe, so it's a 4-door.
So you have a vehicle that could accommodate inspections with the FAA?
That vehicle is being replaced by another quad cab pickup, but yes, it could be.
I can answer a couple of those questions. A lot of the pickup truck versatility is being able to handle that snowplow. When you try to put those type of attachments onto like a Tahoe, it just doesn't quite hold up. You end up having more cost for repairing the Tahoe because it can't handle the plow. There is a little more cost with buying a quad cab pickup, but that is largely reflected in also its resale. You know, a quad cab pickup is much more desirable than just a regular cab pickup. Along with other versatility that Dustin was speaking of, being able to move people around. I mean, there's a lot of times where the airport will bring equipment over to us for service, and they bring it over with 1 or 2 guys, and they're bringing 2 pieces of equipment, and then they're getting 1 pickup, and they go back home with 4 guys.
The other question I have, and I think you addressed this earlier, but I didn't get the whole picture, is why wouldn't you be bringing this forward as part of the 2016 budget versus a supplemental budget now? Are we just sort of getting a deal on a vehicle now, or?
I can answer that. The money's already allocated in this budget. The process that you're dealing with now is the approval of an additional vehicle to fleet. When the dollars were allocated, it was just a generic for a vehicle. It wasn't identified for a specific, so it wasn't identified in the replacement plan that you approved in the budget as an additional vehicle. So now that it's the dollars are being planned and spent, what you're looking at is just the approval of an additional vehicle to fleet. There is no dollar request being made. We had to go through this a couple times because otherwise it would have been a budget supplemental request. And since there's not a budget request to it, it's only the additional vehicle request. It's in this format for you.
Dustin, what are the other 6 vehicles that you have? Could you enumerate what they are, and just so for our education?
We have, 2 flatbed pickups for landside snow removal and maintenance primarily, but again, these are multi-purpose vehicles. We have a more focused facilities truck, so it has a utility body on it. And then 2 Tahoes and a Highlander. 1 Tahoe has a plow blade on it, and they're high usage vehicles. I think, what was it, 60,000 miles in 2 years?
Yeah, a little over 2 years.
So if you have 1 more plow truck with the addition of this one, are there times when you don't have enough plow blades out there pushing snow, like in a big snow event? And with this one, would you then have all the plows out pushing snow at the same time?
Yeah, obviously it goes back to a little bit of a staffing issue, but we would definitely be able to deploy all the vehicles and utilize them for snow removal across the airport. We have to plow our perimeter roads with pickups. We also plow all the parking lots in front of the airport, in front of the planes. And obviously with a lot of vehicles like this and doing snow removal, you do have breakages, etc. So it allows a little bit of a buffer.
Phyllis, just again to clarify, because in the memo we have a budgetary impact. Capital cost for the truck is $55,000. Funding is the airport enterprise fund. So what you said earlier was that this had been approved for a vehicle in the 2015 budget, and because they hadn't utilized those funds at that point, it's more like an FYI now?
Well, my understanding is the budget has been allocated, so they have the $55,000 within their current budget year to expense for the vehicle. But because the agreement for the Board of County Commissioners is to notify you whenever an additional vehicle is added to the fleet, which this is, then you're notified. So it is kind of like an FYI. It's not really, it's not an approval on the expenditure, but it is an approval on adding a vehicle to the fleet. Like it's a unique situation that we have here. And it's really regarding anytime anything gets added to fleet, you'll see it come back, if it hasn't been specifically identified in the budget.
Okay, well, I personally see it can help you be more efficient at the airport, and I would echo what Rachel said, to use a smaller, more energy efficient vehicle running an errand to town. But I mean, it gives you more flexibility and kind of just in case of a vehicle breakdown, you have one more vehicle to, jump in when things need to be done. And then keeping the airport running is so important to the community that to me it's a good idea to grant your request.
Yeah, I agree with you, Steve, and I know that all the airport personnel is well aware that the larger improvements are going to take quite a hit out of that enterprise fund, and so we're trying to not expend, and you're trying to not expend whenever necessary. So just let's make it last. Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Good to see you.
Okay, next we have another citizen board interview, and we have John Kelleher here. He's applying for the library board. And John, do you want to come up to the hot seat up here?
Mr. Kelleher.
It was necessary. I sent a picture in.
Well, John, no, we always interview people when they're applying for a new position on a board. And looking at your long and terrific resume, you have served on the library board before, but this is like a new application now. So that's why we always interview. We like to ask questions and just see how the applicant answers them, and gives us a chance to get to know you a little bit better.
The answers are important, are they? Right.
Yeah, what's more, maybe not your exact answer, maybe isn't as important as how you answer.
I see, okay.
And it's also a chance for you to ask us any questions that you wish to. So, Patty.
Yeah, I have a really important question for you. What don't you know about the library?
Oh gosh, I have a hard time finding the fiction section.
Okay, I knew there was.
Okay, right.
It's upstairs. Well, it was upstairs.
Yeah,
now it's in storage. But because I know you have a long.
Well, I was on the board from '85 to '95 or somewhere in that neighborhood at the time, and then I worked as the owner's rep on the construction of the buildings and all that sort of stuff. And then I go to the meeting because they have a pizza there, and it's sort of just I really like Kathy Chandler. And the board was good, so that I wanted to stay involved in that. Then when Jim Moran passed on, she asked me if I would fill his position, so that's why my application is there. Yeah.
Thanks, John.
So John, I noticed that you were involved in building the Pitkin County Library as well as serving on the library board. Were those happening at the same time? And if so, did you have any conflict of interest issues you had to deal with?
During the time when we built the existing library, that I was involved. I was on the board at that time, but worked as pro bono as the owner's rep for the library during that period of time. Subsequent to that, when we did completed the mezzanine, that I was paid at that time, and subsequent have been paid. At this time, Kathy asked me, while I've been working over the last 2 or 3 years on the library, she asked me if I would keep track of my time and send her a bill, and I told her I didn't want to keep track of my time, and I don't want to send any bills out. And so it would be that same way that I don't have any intention of during this period of time, sending the library any bills. I don't want to keep track of my time. It's too difficult. Or keep reports, or various things like that. I'll leave that up to Dave Detweiler. He can keep reports.
I track all my time.
Right.
George?
John, thanks for applying again. So we're going through an exciting expansion of the library right now. But what do you see down the road in the next 2, 3, 4 years while you're serving on the board? What's any other issues that you would like to, or do you think the library board needs to be addressing?
I haven't thought about that, and so that I don't see anything down the road. I think that one thing you're going to have to look at is you might be looking for a new librarian. I don't know. Kathy Chandler's been there for a long time, and I think maybe this may be her swan song. She's never said that to me, and I don't know. She's worked pretty hard on this deal.
She told me she couldn't afford to retire, so I think
Oh,
we're
I see.
safe.
Yeah, so that takes
We've
care of
asked her that question.
Yeah,
But nothing pressing, just in terms of getting the expansion library up and running, completed and up and running. And
I have no agenda. Yeah. I haven't thought about that.
Rachel?
John, I want to thank you for your commitment to the library and the community as a whole, a great many things you've contributed to. So I'd be very happy to appoint you to this position. I just want to kind of give you that heads up or direction to continue to apply your skill sets to what libraries are becoming. And I think that this construction and the renovation are going to take us in the physical plant and the equipment to that role. But it's also going to be the leadership of the board that is how we get the community reinvigorated as a new library. I mean, when we did the approvals, I think that was the one thing you just kept hearing from skeptics was nobody needs a library anymore. We have the internet. But it is so much more than a storehouse for books. So
I agree with that.
I really appreciate you being there and being able to usher in a new era with the library.
I've read the statistics on the use of libraries, and it's far and away different from what they used to be even 20 years ago, but certainly 50 and 60 years ago, so that I'm aware of that. And I think that the printed page is still very valid. That I do not personally have a Kindle, and I don't like to read things on the internet.
I like books.
The less I can look at those things, the better off I am. So that, and I think that the description of the library is becoming no longer a warehouse of books, but just a storage of
knowledge,
digital artifacts and various things like that. I don't agree with that. I think it's. I think that the statistics are right now that the use of books is up, and that our library is. I go in and out of there quite often, and it's very busy.
Yeah.
So,
Well, I think it's become almost a form of community centers when you have kids working on their homework projects together and able to do visual, audio things and trainings that they've had to help people learn how to use their computers or to how to access information, how to Google. There's just so many opportunities there, and just want you to be applying yourself to those. So thank you.
Steve, I just want on a side note, do you realize that upon appointment to this board, there will be 2 Johns, 2 Barbers, and 2 Judys?
That's the problem with people, my age. John at one time was the most popular name. Now I think it's something like Isaiah or something.
Well, no, but it's funny because there'll be 2 Johns, 2 Barbers, 2 Judys. It's going to be very confusing board meetings.
Well, we'll manage with that.
You'll manage. John W. and John K.
That's right.
I'm glad you read your packet closely. I didn't pick up on that. Well, John, thank you very much
Thanks,
for applying,
John.
and we appreciate everything you've done for the community over the years.
Well, it's been a great community.
And we have to do an official vote on this and do an ordinance and things to make it official.
I don't think that
We'll let you know in
happened
a couple of
1985,
weeks
did
or
it?
so.
If we went back to the record, is there anything to that effect?
Now, John, did my dad have to approve you when you first applied for the
I don't
library?
remember appearing before the county commission before. So, but that was about that time.
Yeah, he would have been all.
We'll ask him in another life as to what actually happened.
Thanks, John.
Appreciate it, George, Rachel, thanks very much.
Yeah, thanks for applying.
Thank you.
Let's see, next up we have facilities update.
Do you want the dog and pony show on the screen? See some pictures, or do you want to low tech? Do both.
I don't know, you got any good pictures?
I got a couple good pictures of the library.
For the public's benefit, I think they can see them better putting them up there.
No, but it will be.
It doesn't like it when you put that thumb drive in
There you
first.
go.
The little thing has to open up there.
Oh, you got to log me on.
Doesn't need a log on.
Did last time. Telling you. This is how it happens at my house. Telling you.
You got kids too.
That is true. They have surpassed me. That is true. So while we're kicking that on, because we don't need screen for part 2. See, I told you.
Should have left it up.
I should have checked to see if it was up before I got in here. Or right when I walked in. There you go.
Instructions for using AV equipment in plaza.
No, we're getting that thing on because we've got the nameplate for John Ely and.
So two things we're going to talk about tonight. I didn't give you the schedule with the budget stuff because it hasn't really changed in the past 2 weeks. Nothing really substantial there. So the two updates today are library. The structural steel is going up, and I'll show you pictures here in a minute for the community room wing, which is great, so you can really start to see the kind of volume that it has. And the concrete has been poured at what we call the bottom of the bathtub, where the children's There you go.
Okay.
Kind of hard to see the pictures.
No,
Oh, they look great with the lights off.
Wow, yeah.
So this is the steel going up on the community wing. And you're not seeing my mouse. Does that have a, there you go. So there you can see the columns coming up. This is the community wing. So you can get a sense for what that volume's going to be. It's really taller than I thought it was going to feel. But I think that's neat. It's going to be a really great room.
Because the grass hasn't been put back in front
Yes,
of it.
that is true.
Round surface.
That is true. And then this is what we're calling the bathtub. So this what you're seeing there is the rebar that will create the foundation wall for the children's addition. And this is the rest of, so this will be kind of the slope up for that amphitheater that comes up to the Galena Plaza level from that perimeter wall. It'll essentially be a grassy hill that flows down right to the door. And if you don't remember from the design, both those rooms have those sliding doors that just kind of stack and open up. So it's a complete, about 20-foot wide opening in and out. So when the weather's nice, the kids and the community can really have the indoor-outdoor space combined.
Mhm.
So this is set on the new lowered roof of that one portion of the parking garage. Is that
Correct,
right?
correct. So this is essentially a concrete slab on top of that new steel structure that was put in place. The double Ts used to be up at this level. That's the old existing double Ts. We fill that in with some insulation that creates a thermal barrier from the garage below that stays cold. We needed more insulation coming up. We also have an in-floor radiant heat system in that children's to help also protect that. So that elevation comes up to get to the same elevation that the existing library is through that wall. So things are going well. I mean, it's nice to see what's happening there. We're still in redesign mode on the remodel. We talked about that before. That's still progressing. We think we're at the end of the day coming up with a better plan than we had before. The library staff likes it better.
For the internal.
For the internal, for the remodel, as we looked at values of, hey, if that really costs that much, that's not a smart thing to do. Let's solve it another way, and we're coming to find we like the other way better. That costs less money, so that's good.
Rachel?
Yeah, not today, but at some point it would be nice maybe to bring in what the internal renovations, how they're shifting. But again,
Sure.
you know, while it's in flux, don't need to see it, but if they're, as you hammer things down, I'd love to see that. And then secondly, kind of something I keeps mulling over, and I realize it's the city's part of the project, but perhaps you're in such contact you could pass it along. Are they planning on snow melting the new steps down to Rio Grande Park?
I will check. I have a meeting with them
Okay.
at 3 o'clock.
Okay.
I think the answer is no.
I just wanted to bring that forward because the old steps, which are there now still, did not used to be covered. And the city staff brought it to the city council to cover them because it was such a ice and slip and hard to maintain, and they couldn't get out there, and it would pile up again really quickly in the winter. And so I understand them wanting to open the view up and all these things, but I don't know if they actually had enough institutional memory to remember why they covered the old stairs and that they had become quite a liability and were very dangerous. So not that I'm advocating snow melt, I just want to make sure they have budgeted that's going to be a $10,000 a year shoveling contract with someone to keep right on top of that, or how they're going to handle that.
So you're saying they're taking the roof off the stairs?
Yeah, well,
That's crazy.
the stairs are going to be very wide and big to kind of open down to Rio Grande Park, unless that's been changed in their plans, which I'm not sure, but that was part of their.
Yeah, I saw that originally when they were talking about thought it was in conjunction with maybe the old art museum that was going to move in, but.
No, I think they're
yeah,
still
because I
talking
use
about.
those stairs a lot because I walk in to the office, and you hang on going up and you hang on going down.
Yeah.
I will check today at 3.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
a
Thank
great
you.
And I'll
point,
report
Rachel.
back.
Thanks for bringing that up, Rachel. I don't know how many times I have shoveled snow at the Black Saddle in Snowmass Village with concrete steps that face north. And they get icy and snowy, and people have been seriously injured on
Yeah, snow melt
those.
alone is
And
not enough.
that's only
stuff.
a short flight of steps, nothing compared to what's over here, so.
Yeah.
That's a really good point, Rachel.
Thanks, I should have brought it up sooner, but.
No, good point. I will report back to you next time on what the plan is. I know there is the desire to not over snow melt all of Galena Plaza.
I believe that, but I understand, so, okay.
Can I ask one other
Yeah,
question?
Penny.
Private fundraising is still going on, still allowed, so people can still send in any amount of small or large or whatever donation to the library construction, and that would be great for people to know they can still do
Correct.
that.
Yes, there still is a high level of need
Okay,
for funding.
just wanted to get that out there since we are on television.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, there are a lot of things that we can do that we are now limiting ourselves on to be fiscally responsible, to say we're only going to do what we can afford, but we certainly aspire to do.
And every little bit helps.
Yep.
And did the move into the power plant building all go smoothly, and are they up and running just like they anticipated there?
it is up and running. Things are never as smooth as you would want or expect, but if you plan for the worst, so they're all up and running. A few tweaks in that building right now. It's it's an older building and we're using it in a different way, so some light fixture issues and nothing big though. It's all good.
Okay.
So the only other thing I wanted to kind of fill you in on is back on the 3rd we did a tour. This ad was in the paper a few times, and we did a tour that was open to the public to walk them through our existing facilities, explain what our concerns, our constraints, our issues are in those facilities. And we all congregated back here to ask for some input. And so I have the actual boards here. I'll see if these are gonna, see if I can get these to fit a little bit better. Fit on my screen. Well, let's see if I can make it work. We asked that group, and there was about 20 plus in the whole group. It was a good turnout. After explaining all of our concerns, what our plans were, we asked them to do some dot voting. And dot voting.
Right there, next to the table.
Oh, so they're maybe a little better here, but people can see them.
Yeah, they're better there.
Dot voting about what they thought some of our priorities should be, because what we've been doing, we've had this what we call a visioning team that internal staff been weighing in on some of the same sorts of issues. Who are we? What kind of buildings should we be building? What's important to us in the physical plant of a building? So to get some input, we asked the public the similar questions. So, for example, on architecture, should we carry forward the architecture from the old courthouse? The other extreme, should we make a new civic statement with unique architectural style that distinguishes the new building from the courthouse and courthouse plaza? Set a bar, set something new. In the middle is bridge the designs between the old courthouse and the courthouse plaza building. And you can see overwhelmingly the public felt like it wasn't our place to take anything away from the courthouse, because that is the icon. But it also wasn't to get ourselves on the front page of architectural record with something new and out of place. So the strong sense was we want it to be in the place and fit in its location and fit with the buildings that are around it. So that was supportive of what we thought. And again, a lot of this stuff will come back to you guys in another format in terms of how we want to move forward. We asked them about some priorities that we should have, and certainly the law enforcement needs were really high, courts needs were really high, public meeting rooms really high, better customer service. They all felt like the physical plant could either help or hurt us in terms of our customer service, and certainly our desire both from the staff's end and from the public end is that we improve on that in how we design our physical plant. Energy conservation was a big one. This is how sustainable, how green. We have, meeting the minimum code, obviously got hardly any votes. Maybe I should, for the TV audience, there we go. Sorry if I could figure out how to shrink this a little bit on the screen.
Zach might be able to zero in on that picture.
He's got it.
I think he's got it, so just on there.
Okay, so there you go. Yeah. So then we have all the way, meeting code minimum, all the way up to a net zero or doing things to be a leader, to set an example, even if they may not pay back or even if they may not provide immediate benefit to that building. And as you can see, for the most part, folks fell in the middle. Include energy saving measures projected to pay for themselves over the useful life of the building. So again, that was public input. That's falling in line with what our internal visioning team is saying. It's very similar. So we'll be bringing all that back to you at some point in the future as we kind of say, here's what we think we're going to be heading down the road for. Does that fit with your desires? Here are maybe some options off of that. George?
So, on the tour, did you look at this building and try to get some input on this building when you talk about design with the courthouse and the new building, and as well as customer service and energy efficiency? I mean, how?
We did talk about this. So the tour went through the sheriff's offices upstairs and a little bit of that first floor level. We didn't go into the courts because they had a trial in session. Down through the APD and sheriff's space downstairs, and then rolled up to community development up at City Hall, a quick run through there, and then back with a run through the basement and the clerk's space here, and then ended up back here. We didn't take them up to the second or third level. But the conversation certainly was that this building, due to its energy inefficiency, due to its systems being essentially at the end of their life, was a good candidate to just be gutted and wrapped into this new addition in terms of a unified approach. We didn't ask for specific input on what that architecture might be. That I don't think that's really the appropriate question to ask. So we kind of wanted to be, hey, we're not asking you to tell us what it should look like, but kind of keep us grounded in what sort of framework. Should we be bold, new, exciting? You need to be the icon. This building needs to be the icon of downtown Aspen. So I think we got a very strong message that no, it needs to fit. It needs to fit. It needs to not.
Well, I'm still a little confused, but this exercise was predominantly based on the new proposed building.
Well, we're looking at them as one project.
Okay.
Both, it's an addition to this building, so we're looking at it as an addition and a remodel of this building as one project.
All right, thanks.
Now, granted, this building has some architecture to it already, and we're intending to leave the skin. That's the current intention. So there's certainly opportunities on the new addition that maybe aren't here on this building, but we haven't even begun to have that discussion yet about what they may or may not look like. But we wanted to just kind of give our design team some sort of, hey, what are you trying to do? Who do you want to be? And so that's what these boards were for.
Rachel?
Yeah, I want to thank you for posting that, and I see it as a kickoff to a larger community process. And so these were folks who self-selected to attend because they're interested. I think it'd be really valuable to do a second tour more with invited folks and try to deliberately invite, not make it mandatory that we won't go unless we have X many, but the cities of Aspen's Planning and Zoning Commission and the City of Aspen's HPC, try to pick a date that may work for them and invite. And I think it'd be good to invite, someone from the Chamber of Commerce to participate, or Lodging Association. But I think this is both educational for us, and then it's the beginning of that outreach to the public of why a new building is needed. And what type of zoning process we will be going through in the future, which is the location and extent as government offices and government properties are allowed. But at least it'd be my thought that this is an opportunity to continue to get the word out to people about a project. Certainly inviting neighbors next door to us at the Concept 600 building if they've identified a designee or two or whatever, or a designee from the Obermeyer project behind us, so that we're really making sure we're reaching out to our neighbors and getting their input as well. The other two items that come to me is that when we do see this more formally and are making the selections about the energy conservation efficiencies, I really would like to also have a list of things that, quote, were possible, top tier, that you've chosen not to include and why, or you're not recommending at that time, and so that we can evaluate those separately as well for the energy efficiency versus the cost. And I think it's important, and I don't know when we meet with the design team or they bring us some initial sketches or how you're perceiving that to play out, but when you're talking about the architecture, excuse me, of the old building and then redoing this building, I think there's potentials to create tie-ins on the old. We don't have to assume that the entire facade of this building will look as it looks, and that's why that building has to look as it looks. There might be some cosmetic or skinning changes that they can make to this that make it look like a newer building as well to tie in. So I just wanted to make sure that that was a footnote, that we don't have to use what I consider a pretty ugly building, pretty nondescript, to set the standard. You know, if you're trying to tie in that one and this one, boy, what a hybrid you'd end up with there. So, you know, we may be able to make some better improvements to the appearance of this building as well.
It would be red.
It would be a very red building.
Red building.
Okay, so those are my thoughts on this. Thank you.
Yeah, I think having another meeting would be good.
Yeah.
Another tour.
And I find it a little bit curious that shortly after the proposed design on the addition to St. Mary's Church came out, this tour happened, and they were doing the radical thing on the far right of your chart is what they proposed there, and people picked the middle of the road one to blend in more with the existing buildings on this tour, and maybe that's not entirely a coincidence. They realized if we could do a big fancy glitzy glass and steel kind of a thing that wouldn't fit in at all and wouldn't look right. So I'm glad that public sounds like they're on their toes on making good choices too.
Yeah, I think that's what we heard. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dave.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Okay. Next up, we have our first update on the Pro Cycle Challenge race, and we have our old friend Nancy Leslie here.
Our young friend Nancy, please.
They resemble them.
Our good friend Nancy.
Our good friend,
Thank you.
that's a better word. Yeah.
Hi, Nancy. Hello. So yes, this is really kind of our second, because we had that joint meeting a little while ago. But I am here, and I will be here throughout the summer to update you, very similar to last year. So just really kind of briefly, I'll review the route with you. This year we are the middle of the bike race, so the riders will be coming into Aspen on Wednesday, August 19th via Independence Pass from Copper Mountain. It'll be kind of a short day for the racers. They'll start a little later in the morning, but our finish time, they haven't quite, the TV contract, as I understand it, is not quite finalized, but they're going to assume a TV time as they always have in the past. And so our finish time will be, you know, in that late afternoon time slot. And I'm going to jump around a little bit just so that I hope I cover everything. We've been talking to the music festival and things like that, and RAFTA and all of our partners, and really, you know, being aware that the music festival has their concert at 6 o'clock on Wednesday night. So our festival that day is going to go from 11:30 to 5:30. So that'll bring the racers in, that'll give us the awards ceremony and all those sorts of things. And then on Thursday, August 20th, the race will leave town on at 10:20 in the morning, do the same neutral laps at downtown. So the start will be right out here again on Main Street in front of the courthouse. The same neutral laps, and go out as they came up and over Independence Pass towards Breckenridge.
The finish line on Wednesday and the festival will be the same footprint as it was last year. So it'll be out in front of Pepke Park with the festival in Pepke Park. On Wednesday, they'll come off Independence Pass. They'll come straight down kind of at that four corners behind City Market and keep going on Cooper Avenue. They'll take a right at Paradise Bakery onto Galena. They'll come straight down Galena and then take a left onto Main Street and take that straight shot to the finish line. We met with CSP. They did their kind of first and final drive-through once Independence Pass opened and all the other passes opened. They drive the route as if they were a bike rider kind of racing the route, and they note all the main intersections and things like that. So we are working with them and still finalizing closure times. We hope to have that in about the next 10 days. And then once we have that, our outreach, which, you know, thanks to the last 4 years is, you know, we feel it's pretty robust. We keep adding to it each and every time. That'll begin in July, which is about the time frame it does every single year. So we'll have all of those, we hope to have all of those closure times. With that said, we will focus more heavily on the east end of Aspen because it is Independence Pass and it does affect those neighborhoods in Wildwood and the raft guides and, you know, those kind of service industry people. We are still, you know, we're talking to the post office, FedEx, everything like that. So we've initiated a lot of those conversations. We've met with the Forest Service several times. We've met with Independence Pass Foundation several times. What's really exciting is both kind of the Forest Service and Independence Pass want to take more an active role, and I think by that they just kind of want more of a presence maybe on Independence Pass, which is going to be great. So from all indications right now, they're both going to have kind of a booth up there, which would be fun and great, and kind of talk about, you know, the work they do and, you know, why things look the way they do and why they mandate things, and give just a little bit of background, you know, about how we're there to help. So that's very exciting. And that's really, I also, Alex and Gretchen are here from the IMT because of course, you know, we're working again with everybody to make it safe. And so if you have any questions, you know, either of them can answer. Alex, obviously, you know, from the Sheriff's Office perspective, Gretchen from the whole, you know, incident command. The high place. Yeah.
10,000 feet, 60,000 feet.
And then, you know, we're working with Mike Kramer and, you know, getting our permit in line, which has been in, and this is obviously, you know, part of the permit.
Patty?
I just want to thank you. You sent me an email some time ago, and I never got back to you, and I apologize. But I knew you were going to be coming forward, so I wanted to utilize your time well.
Well, thank you.
So I look forward to working with you on this. I have not sat on the board during any of these events, but doesn't mean I've not been involved in them because I live right here in town. And I happen to live at the East End, so I will be looking forward to seeing how that pans out up there. But thank you. Thank you guys for your good work.
George?
So with your discussions with the Forest Service and Independence Pass, have you or they collectively come up with a policy regarding parking or overnight camping?
So it's actually their policy and what they are doing. And we're going to meet with them again at the end of this month to really kind of finalize all that. But what they have indicated to us is they would like to do what they did 3 years ago. And so no overnight camping kind of on that cone. So for mile marker 55 to 65, no overnight camping, but then really try and get the public to utilize the camping spaces that are there and things like that.
And when you mean the dome, you're talking about the tundra area?
Well, yeah, just kind of that 10 miles from, you know, from the top, so 5 miles in each direction basically, is my perspective. So mile marker 55 to 65 on our Pickens County side and then Lake County side basically. It's kind of just that top section.
Right.
That's for camping and for parking?
Overnight camping.
Overnight camping. And for parking, how are they going to try to address parking so people are not parking off the road onto the tundra?
I think what we're going to do is message it the same way we have in the past. Just, you know, that tundra is, you know, it's very fragile. It doesn't seem like it is, but please be careful, and they're going to have, that's what we're gonna go down and meet with them again and talk about their staffing issues or kind of the way they're going to look at staffing it. We're getting from them what they would like to see in all of our written materials and how we can kind of each assist each other in their message.
So it seems like the challenge is, because there will be limited parking where everybody wants to park, how you would tell people it's full, or at what time you stop. I know at a certain point you stop traffic from coming up and down, but at what point can you stop traffic going up because there's no more parking available? I mean, how is that get coordinated?
It almost, and I kind of hear you speaking, so.
Yeah, one of the things that we can do is use the information that we get from the officers that are on the pass to give us an assessment of what the current status is of the parking on the pass from the closure gate up to the summit. And we have some resources available through the county road and bridge department with the variable message signs that we could potentially put up on either side at the closure gate, just to change and to say, hey, even though the road is open, there is no parking. We're limited parking now, and when we're close to no parking available, we could possibly say, we should message that through social media, through the VMS signs, that there is no parking available. One of the things that the State Patrol Incident Management Team is doing to increase the number of bicyclists and pedestrians in that area, to reduce the number of cars, is they're going to be closing the road at a certain time, as you referenced, but then they're going to leave it open an additional 30 minutes for bicyclists and pedestrians to walk on a closed road, so that people can get into those prime viewing areas, albeit a little bit further down, but they'll still have access, as opposed to saying, no, it's closed. So,
right. That makes a lot of sense.
Good idea.
Rachel?
Yeah, and so this year, the routes are not going to require any closure on Highway 82 west of town.
Correct.
Okay. That's a real important
Yeah,
bit of
that's
information to get out to people. So we're not going to have the same concerns with hotel vans to the airport, although they may have problems in town exiting. And will there be a designated route to leave town since parts of Highway 82 will be closed?
So, and I apologize, next time I will bring a map.
Okay, thank you.
So that we can all kind of
Look at that.
visualize this together. But picture 4th of July.
I was going to say, it's just like 4th of July.
It's just, thank you. What we're really doing
That's what I was worried about.
We're monitoring. If you have Main Street closed, but at some point on Main Street, you can go either left or right. And it'll probably be 4th or 5th Street. You can go either left or right. So depending on which area of town you want to go, you can go, and you can exit town via those same routes. So unlike 4th of July, both sides of Main Street will be open to both ways of traffic.
Okay, yeah, I know people have gotten better with the 4th of July. I also know the crowds get bigger every 4th of July. And so there's times when I usually just walk up from Hunter Creek, but you see, cars really not knowing where to go or what to do, and they're trying to get to the parking garage. And of course, the parking garage is, it's full. And so I just am hoping that we can do a little better directional for the people who are trying to figure out, where am I supposed to go? The race is starting in a half hour, or I'm stuck in traffic. And then they just kind of start diverging all over the place, trying to look for front yard parking or things like that. I don't know if it would be possible to even work with the music festival. Would any parking be available there during the next day when they're all leaving? Or do we have any shuttle buses? How do we really get the word out for people? It still is going to be a lot easier for you to park at Brush Creek and get shuttled in, or the Buttermilk parking lot for that matter, than to try to park in town. And I think that would be the real emphasis of the message to those who are on the other side of Highway 82. We might be able to get some, I was going to say flyers and rafta buses, but of course those are already your transit users. But I don't know whether are you able to change the variable message that comes out on the little parking receipts that people get in town when they park, or how to get that out? But that seems to be some of the greatest frustration I've seen, is with people who are like, wait a second, I came in to see an event, and now I don't even know where to go. They don't have enough parking for me anywhere. Where am I supposed to be? And so I think helping the guests park or take mass transit as a first priority, of course, is going to be important.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I've actually started using the Buttermilk parking lot, since we've talked about it so often this winter. And it's very underutilized during the summertime. You can park 20 feet away from the raft stop there on a typical day. So sometimes the airport traffic jam slows you down getting to Buttermilk, but then it's a way better option than going clear into town.
Yeah.
Because the parking's there, it's free, you don't have to search around for a parking place.
Yeah, and if there was a big event parking sign there, and then, frequent shuttle service and a good route for that shuttle bus to get people really in town, that would be great.
Okay.
Thank you.
George?
Another topic, as long as Alex is here. Speaking of bike races, there's this coming Saturday, there's a bike race or a bike tour that's going to be using some of the county roads, and I know Mike gave us a presentation last week or so. But is the sheriff's department involved in that at all in terms of any presence?
We work with Mike and two of them. There's
the Ride for the Child that we talked about last time I was in, and that's on this Saturday. And then there's the Colorado bicycle tours of Colorado coming in on 22nd and then 23rd.
Right.
Going back over.
So we're staffing as normal. Especially the bicycle tours of Colorado has contracted with the State Patrol to have them provide traffic assistance for the crossings. The biggest crossing I think that they're doing on Saturday is it down in Emma?
The Rio Grande Trail.
Right. So we intend to actually put a deputy down there from our normal staffing, just to facilitate that smooth flow of cars turning onto Emma and then the bicycles going across the crossing. So we're aware of it, and we've staffed for it. So.
What are they required to do in terms of public notice for that sort of event? They've contracted with the Colorado State Patrol, but how do the people in Emma know about it,
Yeah. The notice that we usually, that my department always does is referral out to the caucuses, and then we rely on the caucuses to send it out if they use an email list to the neighborhoods, and then we'll also send them out to the HOAs, the homeowners associations if they're going to be impacted too by an event. That's really the county's public notice. I have to ask Open Space and Trails, because Open Space and Trails obviously manages the Rio Grande Trail, and they do a permit for events that use their trail. They may have also a notice requirement then too. But every so often you'll see signs like, event, on the 22nd of July or whatever it is on the trail, and then they're required to remove those then too.
Yeah, it just seems that maybe at a future date we have a little bit of a work session about this different noticing, because it seems that, if you're permitting through someone who's outside of Pickens County, like the Colorado State Patrol, that's very different from how we might get the word out. And if they are permitted through us at all, are we consistent in our requests for whether it's a newspaper ad or social media or whatever, about how we're getting the public notice out? And it's just that you're just kind of bringing it up by being here, Nancy, but there are so many different events in the summer, and there's nothing more frustrating than someone getting caught unawares, and especially if they have a plan around that date and location. So I don't mean to go into it in depth now, but I really would like to talk about how we're coordinating and cooperating on all those different things.
Maybe I think we're going to have a work session plan on special events. That would be a good
topic
addition
on
to
that.
But I know, for example, on this past Saturday, when I was hopping on my bike at the intersection of Emma and 82, I saw a little sign about a special event, which I had never heard about, and sure enough, there was a tour that was going up the valley.
Which one was that?
It was Saturday, and I ran, and
Saturday
Grand
and then the
Grand Fondo or
They
something?
were running up Lower River Road from Emma. I don't know where they started, but I saw the sign at the Emma Road, and then I ran into this group riding up Lower River Road.
Oh, I wonder what group that was.
That was the
The
Grand
Grand
Fondo.
Fondo.
Grand
Grand
Fondo.
Fondo
But we didn't go to Emma.
We didn't go to Emma though, and Grand Fondo got a permit
Yeah.
from the county.
Yeah.
But yeah, they go through Emma. Well,
Yeah.
I'll look into it, George.
Yeah,
So-
I mean, they even
That's
have like a
interesting.
road
County's
closure or
not going-
special event page on the new website type of thing.
Well, we
Should
do
be-
have a website that is accessible by the public to see what special events are happening, and it's a tri-jurisdiction website. Town of Snowmass Village, City of Aspen, and Pickens County, and our events go on that, and the public uses it. I get phone calls about it, so that is out there on the website.
And then we have a direct link from our county website to that website?
With the new website, I'd have to look, but on
Yeah.
the ComDev page, I'm almost certain that we have a link to that special event website.
It just might be great to have, that pop up right away that people could look at or something. But anyway, we can work on it.
Well, the other thing too, in George's case, maybe we need to be alerted to a Garfield or Eagle event that's going to impact those roads in the Roaring Fork Valley. So if you're riding down, the Rio Grande Trail and you switch into Eagle County and boom, there's an event, and it might be nice to have a little heads up on it.
Yeah.
Or same thing in the Crystal. So I mean, if we could cue in that, because we are a valley-wide recreational corridor, an event corridor, I should say, and so maybe that would be something we should think about in the future.
I think communication is important, and last Saturday, a near disaster was avoided just by chance because our neighbor was moving cattle up about 4 miles of Capitol Creek Road. They were going to do it on Saturday, and they didn't know about the Grand Fondo coming through. And fortunately, one of them saw the sign and let's talk to somebody, what's going on? And so they moved the cattle on Sunday instead of
I think it would have been
Saturday.
great.
But that bike event would have been right in the middle of a cattle drive with over 400 head of cattle total going up the road. It would have been a mess.
That would have been a mess.
So any sort of
In more ways than
communication, the
one.
more communication that's out to the public on these things, better. Yeah, and that doesn't, cattle drive's not going to affect the bike race, but.
Well, it would.
It would if they were in the middle of it.
I wouldn't want to be riding by it. Yeah.
Maybe we could arrange that for an interesting little.
For a little Main Street events.
Yeah, new little twist.
Yeah. Thank
Okay.
you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
And Alex, thank you again for your help up on the paths.
You bet. Thank you.
Really appreciate it.
Thank you for your help.
Let's see, we're scheduled for a break right now. Do we want to just keep forge ahead right
Yeah,
at
let's
the moment?
keep rolling.
Power through.
Yeah. Let's go ahead and do open discussion right now. I don't know if there's anybody else coming, but that'll give people a few more minutes to show up for the road and bridge
I have one.
presentation. Yeah.
One really quick one. I just was contacted by a constituent who asked me if I would just bring this to the board's attention. He has had, for many years, been concerned about the ambulance district operating separately from the fire protection district and wanted to ask me my position and how I would feel about the board bringing forth a question, but it would actually be an amendment to our home rule charter because the ambulance district is in our home rule charter, to combine the two entities. And I said I didn't think that the board would be supportive. It's very confusing because it's home rule charter, different voting constituencies in the ambulance district and the fire district. But I just told him that I would bring it forward and let the board know that he may well be looking at pursuing ballot question petitions to try and bring it forward to a public vote to bring the ambulance district in under the fire protection district, make that one unit. In thinking about it, because it's a volunteer department and a paid department, there are issues that come up for that, but I just wanted the board to be aware, so in case you hear anything, he had been talking to me about this. And I talked to John Ely and suggested he talk to Ely about the process and the multiple voter, the different jurisdictions, and so just wanted to give you guys a heads up.
Appreciate the
Yeah,
feedback.
it is more than one fire protection district.
No. It would be just bringing the Aspen Ambulance District into the Aspen Fire Protection District.
Well,
We don't need to go there.
Okay.
you know.
Well, I think,
I-
yeah,
oh,
go ahead, Rich.
I was gonna say, frankly, that's something that should be brought forward by the fire district, or the fire district and the ambulance district together, not an individual citizen, would be my approach, you know. That's like a citizen saying, hey, the city and the county should remerge all the offices and just have one sheriff and police, you know, and it's like, that may seem like a good idea from you from the outside, but the governing boards, we are one on the ambulance district, should be the generator of an issue like that. That would be my response, and that, you know, if I was hearing this from the fire district board and they'd been talking and they had all these ways in which it would work out and how, then it would be something to take to the public. But, you know, this is the best example I can give. When I was in the last WIR meeting, there was an awful lot of states interested in Colorado's marijuana legalization process. And the one thing that, and Washington State also was presenting, was that, look, if there's an initiative process, you get involved then. Because otherwise, you have no control over what actually is later passed. And it could say that the ambulance district all goes to volunteer, or that the fire district all begins to get paid, and all sorts of mill levy and cost implications, governance policy implications. And I'm not criticizing you, I'm just speaking as if I'm speaking to the citizen, that, you know, it's very important to not then later have to operate under rules like Tabor, where, okay, you guys all figure out how it works now, or you guys figure out how it works. And so there was a lot of communities that were having these initiatives coming forward where there's going to be no revenue for enforcing the marijuana department, or no local control in terms of deciding how and when to place dispensaries. And so I just can't see someone from the outside without the blessing of the two boards bringing something forward that actually would be workable. You know?
Well, I explained to him there were many hurdles and directed him to speak with Ely about the citizens petition process. Because, as you know, he does have the right to choose that path if he so chooses, but I just let him know that there were lots of hurdles and it wasn't as easy or simple as it seemed, but that I would bring it to the board's attention just in case.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Phyllis?
I just had two quick items from the last meeting. The Colorado Transportation Commission coming to Glenwood Springs, that luncheon, Brian Pettit will be attending. So you had asked about that. And the other was the Huts for Vets vehicle donation, and the vehicle that they chose is valued at $11,000. So those are the two pieces that I had follow-up for you.
Okay.
That's all I have.
Thank you.
And so I just wanted, I think we need to reconfirm that we're comfortable with the donation at that $11,000 price.
I think it's a great organization and it's a great use of a county vehicle, like the ambulance we sent to one county and the ambulance we sent back to Burlington, Mississippi.
Okay. Just wanted to, because before we didn't have that number.
Yeah, I think it's a great way to support vets and to show, it's like a unique program we have right here in our county, and it's a way to support that.
But
Gets a lot of publicity across the country, I'm sure.
But did we ask them? We need to ask them if they would like this vehicle.
They chose the vehicle. They do want it. Our procurement policy, because they're a nonprofit, just allows us to donate to them.
Okay. Wanted to make sure we'd ask first.
Yep. Okay. Very good.
Okay. Brian, do you have the whole crew here yet?
Yeah.
As much as you're gonna get? You got a bunch. Okay, we have this is like a semi-annual update from staff and the departments today are Road and Bridge and the Engineering Department doing a semi-annual update for our board. So we have.
I'll just start.
Go ahead, Brian, jump in.
Well, J.R. Fielding, our county engineer, is here to make a presentation we put together, and I'm here with Scott and Tice, our new road and bridge superintendent, and I'm Brian Pettit, the public works director. So really, hopefully, after we have a short presentation, we can just have a dialogue with the board about what we do as two departments, one engineering and transportation, and then the other being road and bridge, but they are really closely linked based on the type of work that's being completed. I'm going to start with that. it's also an opportunity for us to introduce the crew to you. This is not something we do very often, but I think it's important for this board to know about the guys that actually are doing the work out in the field, and they are behind us, so maybe we can go through introductions with them. But I also want to say, if you're not hearing a lot of comments about engineering and the road department, that's a good thing. Because just like everyone expects water to come out of the faucet when you turn it on, everybody expects road work just to be done as a matter of course. And the only time, a lot of times, we hear from folks is when there's something to complain about. So the expectation is that everything is perfect all the time with no road construction ever. So
I can tell you, Brian, GR, you appreciate this. I was up at the Frying Pan Caucus meeting last week, and the road and bridge did not even come up as a topic.
Thank you.
Success.
First time in a long time.
Yes.
We'll take that. So I want to make the cursory introduction and also congratulate Scott Mattice here with a familiar last name with the county, but who has done a tremendous job with the road department from a leadership and supervision standpoint, and we look forward to having his energy lead the department. The crew's excited, I'm excited, and we'll move forward from here. But we do have a 10-person road and bridge crew right now, just 9 people, and also, GR has one of his employees here, so maybe we can just do introductions.
Thanks, Brian. Again, I'm GR Fielding. I'm the county engineer. Our engineering and transportation department consists of 3 positions, 2 of which are filled right now. The other is a project engineer that the board approved through the budget process this year. We have gone through several rounds of trying to fill that position. We haven't been successful yet, but we're really looking forward to bringing a new face on. The other person in my office is Bert Pierce. Bert, can you stand up for a moment? Bert should be a familiar face. He's been with the county for well over 20 years now. And he's a big portion of our institutional knowledge. A lot of what we have Bert do in our department is actually start to catalog all of those things from the years of knowing when different roads were built or different ditches were put in or different projects were undertaken, and putting all of that stuff into a database that we can pull from in the future. And then through that, we really look forward to moving our department forward and keeping with the efficient program that we've built over the last several years.
Great, thanks. Yeah, I'm Scott Mattice. Nice to meet you guys, and got a great crew behind me. I'll give a wave. Armando Medina, sorry. Been here for a couple of years now, been around the county, different departments. This is Stuart Purdell. Dustin Wright. And DJ Hughes. John Cerise. Noel Corrado. And Tom Dunlap over here is our part-time filling a lot at the moment. These guys are out all hours of the day, evening, doing all kinds of things. We were out Redstone last Thursday night till 4 in the morning after working all day Thursday. So thank you guys for all that you do, and I'm excited where we're going. Sure, we'll go right into our winter operations. So, in the wintertime, we've got right around 400 lane miles of maintenance to complete. That's 6 individuals in the morning and 2 in the afternoons. We don't have a true night shift, but they go until about 10:30, 11 o'clock at night, depending on needs from dispatch or the storm. Most of our storms consist of the initial plowback, which is just getting the roads open. And we have a priority system, which is mainly around school routes and emergency routes. So those are all the initial pushbacks, primary routes, and then secondaries are usually your dirt roads, a little bit more rural roads, and they're going to be day 2 or 3 of the storm. And then we also have cleanup, and that's usually day 3, 4-ish. On a normal winter, that could happen in order, or it could go day 1 of the storm, back to day 1 of the storm, back to day 1 of the storm. But eventually we'll do pushbacks and hauling outs. Last year, believe it or not, we actually still had to haul out a bit more on even a smaller winter because we're just getting less storage as more and more homes are built. It's just less places to put snow in the winter. We're also doing road checks in the winter, just to make sure that rocks haven't come down or that we don't have drainage issues. Seems like lately we've had a lot better luck with our maintenance on our culverts, that they're not freezing and having the backflow that we used to have. But we're definitely checking for any of those things that might happen, or potholes that could pop up in the middle of winter. Trees, common. And then we're also, I think it's most of the winter time. Last winter, on a smaller winter, we also do a lot of maintenance on the trucks. We've got plenty of things to do around the shop if it doesn't snow, which it usually snows. But last year we spent a lot of time maintaining our equipment, which was nice as well. Then the summertime, we switch over to the 8-person crew is there all day long, 4 days a week. Ditching is our number one. Usually that's our first thing we start with in the summertime, to make sure our culverts are open. Our culverts and ditches are ready for water. Pothole repair, the sooner we can get those filled in, the better. Road grading starts, and actually we start road grading a little bit right when the winter thaws out. We'll start grading and maintaining the roads to get some of those potholes cut out of our dirt roads sooner than later. And then this time of year we'll start our dust control. And then drainage work is ongoing with both ditches, culverts, sometimes reestablishing ditches, flushing culverts, mud drainage that we just had in Redstone. Some of that happens depending on the weather and just what happens. This year our runoff was a bit late, and so we're getting a little bit more mud activity right now. Bank stabilization, we're also doing that. This is happening right now on Smuggler Mountain. You might have seen the pick and alert come out. We had some road wash away, so we've got an excavator up there, and the excavator's out now. But stabilizing the road with some boulders, and then road base, and getting ready for the logging trucks that are going up there next. Culvert replacements and installs. As more homes and driveways and things are going in throughout the county, we're having to update our culverts and install new culverts where there's drainage issues, ponding. Wildfire mitigation, sorry. We just started that this year. We joined with the city of Aspen, and they did a lot of the actual cutting. We did the hauling away and chipping. And that was Red Mountain, Brush Creek Village, the two main ones that we're working on now. And I see that probably going on in the future. And then we've drainage. We talked about again, there's drainage. That's ongoing with snow and the rain that we get. We get such big storms usually that we got to make sure the drainage is good. And then the mutual aid, we just had this actually in Redstone again. We had the big mutual aid a couple years ago with the flood. We went to Weld County and to Estes. But just the other night, Thursday night, we got a call from dispatch if we could go help out Gunnison County in Marble. Since we were there, they had a call of a flood and a mudslide. So we're busy out there. And there's several things I probably forgot, but that's the scheduled, quote-unquote, things that we're after in the winter and summer.
Can I ask a question? Getting back to ditches, I know this is not the responsibility of the county, but if one was to see a ditch culvert that was blocked and didn't know who to call, because it's happening with a lot of the runoff we're having, there's a lot of debris in the ditches, and they're backing up, and then that degrades the banks of the ditch and floods other areas that could be a county concern. Can somebody call Public Works and you can get that person in touch with?
Absolutely. Public Works, we established a ditch database several years ago, and we tried to be as inclusive as we could. We looked at it through the lens of what intersects with our roadway network, but that's most of the ditches throughout the Upper Valley. And we try to keep up with the names and contacts for all of the different ditch companies, and also where all of those ditches intersect our roads. And so we do get those calls probably a half dozen times a year from the public and even more from dispatch.
Right.
With a number of these road and bridge projects, that is really one of the places that my department and Scott's intersect. And it's a lot of see it, execute it type of work. Because a lot of times these are either needs that are immediate or things that we've been planning to get to, and maybe the circumstances come up where it's needed now. The situation on Smuggler is a great example where with a little bit of a different face to a road in Pickett County that it serves as mostly a trail. It's a little bit of a unique challenge to get up there and do regular maintenance. People don't like to see some of those roads sanitized or cleared of some of the debris because they're looking for a little bit of a natural experience. One of the hardest pieces of our work is trying to find that balance of making sure all of the drainage works, making sure the road is graded to a point where if vehicles do need to go up and down some of the more rural roads, that they have the ability to do so, but also try not to take away from that rural character and something that, like Smuggler, which probably if we did a human count, it's up there with our busiest roads versus a vehicle count. In the engineering and transportation, we do a lot of things in our day-to-day duties that are kind of the under-the-water, behind-the-scenes things. The first that we deal with is permitting. This year we're up to somewhere in the tune of 20 permits, which is about average for the last few years, maybe a little bit over. But the real story with the permitting that we're seeing for working in the right-of-way is the scale of some of the work. This year the board saw and had to grant easements for a gas line and also the clearing of trees around other utility infrastructure. These things take up a tremendous amount of staff time behind the scenes, and trying to just get everyone on the same page or in the same room to coordinate takes a pretty big effort because you have so many different stakeholders now with these larger infrastructure projects. Additionally, we do traffic counts every year. Most roads we get both summer and winter counts. We monitor those and see if there's any large changes. Sometimes we can see when there's road work going on in some places, all of a sudden a different intersection will have a much higher traffic count versus another because people are avoiding a project or avoiding other construction activities. Asset management is a little bit of what I was discussing earlier about trying to catalog all of the different assets that we have. And collectively with Road and Bridge, we are tasked with maintaining and improving probably one of the largest assets to the county in the transportation system. And that system includes a lot of things that you don't see. It's not just the asphalt on the road. It's the entirety of that road platform, whether it be the ditches, the culverts, and all those, and also working with the utilities that are allowed to be in the public rights of way. We have mapped most of the culverts throughout the county, cataloged their sizes. It helps when we go out and work with the Road and Bridge Department and they say, hey, we have a culvert that's up here, it's plugged, and we say, well, you're looking for an 18-inch culvert or a 24-inch culvert, or hey, that was a 60-inch culvert, we should be able to find that one. And that is, all of that knowledge is very powerful for us, also when we're planning our capital improvements. We know where we're going to take a look at different drainage issues and whether we need to upgrade, replace, or if they can be left in place at that time.
Rachel?
Yeah, when you say cataloging, is this a paper catalog? Is it on GIS? Is it computerized? How are we tracking that?
It's a database, and that database does interact with our GIS system. And so right now what we can do is look at a map in GIS and what we call flash a culvert. So if we know that we're looking for a certain culvert, we can click it in the catalog. It shows us exactly where that is on the map. We've also done this with most of the signs throughout the entire county. That is an effort that we did because of new federal legislation that requires us to update we don't necessarily need to update. We need to have a program to update our signs to the current engineering standards for retroreflectivity.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm glad we're on top of that one.
Just to go on for a minute longer, I was just, and Steve was as well, the CCI conference in June. And, there's always a Health and Human Service track where your Health and Human Service directors are. There's a Commissioner's track. And then there's a Road and Bridge track. And I've just kind of wondered, we don't seem to really send people to that conference very often. And I don't know if that would be perhaps more valuable if you attend one or two than you think. But it's certainly not valuable for me because I don't want to come back and seem like I'm some sort of vendor's rep, But they're always talking about, experiences other people have had with new materials and what's new on the market, new financing programs, new equipment, and then I did sit in a little bit on a presentation about asset management of your roads and things like that, and they showed one vendor who had would literally drive like a Google truck up and down every single one of your roads, and it'd be mapped, but the sign reflectivity is a really big thing, and so people are, and your stop signs get old and they don't reflect at all, and you don't see them until you get up there. But so that people could literally have all of it. It seemed like overkill for our area versus some of the urban counties. But it did strike me that I wondered, how much are we doing these more modern techniques? I wonder if our staff would benefit from attending this sometime. It's been a budget thing. You've been trying, since the recession, we cut back on a lot of the extra training. But I just want to put it out there as a footnote that it probably would be valuable experience with fellow colleagues in the industry.
Just the networking alone.
Right. Yeah.
Can I just add, aren't you a member of the, American Public Works
Association?
And I know Brian, because he met a friend of mine from National Association of Regional Councils at one of those. It's a national one that does, and they do have a lot of vendors that give you updates and all that, but it would be nice to have those familiar faces right here in Colorado, especially if we're doing mutual aid issues.
Right. I have had the opportunity to go to one or two of the CCI in the last several years. Unfortunately, it usually conflicts with something that we have on our calendar. But to your point, Rachel, we do a pretty good blend of the two. One of the next points I had, that was actually a really good segue, is about that asset management. It's also the system that we use, and some of the board members might remember Brian and I talking about OCI, or Overall Condition Index, of our asphalt. And it's one of those kind of mystery vans that comes and does a lot of recording of data and cracks and that in the road, and then people driving the road and taking random assessments of different segments of road. We first began that initiative in 2008, and since that time we've gone through the recession. We've brought back our road program. We've done a lot of major road improvements in the last couple years, and we've really shifted into a capital maintenance program right now. But what we're seeing back from that database and the digital side is the fact that we're actually keeping up and increasing our overall condition index of our roads, because we're focusing on that. I have to believe a lot of that is due to that huge push that we started in 2012, when we accelerated millions of dollars of projects into 1 year and took advantage of a very, very good opportunity to partner with pricing that the state had gotten on paving that year. All of that attention, though, has let us maintain and increase our overall condition index. What we've not been able to do, however, is a little bit of that counterpoint, in that we haven't been able to do any of the major safety improvements that we looked at, and that we came up with all of those project lists back in 2008. Intersection improvement projects and rockfall mitigation projects and things of, bike shoulders and things like that. We don't have a lot of shoulders on our roads in Pickens County, despite being such a high recreational use area.
Didn't we do all that indexing as part of the ballot question? Was when we had very specific outlines of almost every county road and what the needs were and what the levels of service were and the rankings and the ratings. I remember that very specifically.
Memory. The other thing from a software standpoint that we take advantage of with this system is every day the crew records what work they've done and where they've completed it. So we know exactly how much it costs to maintain the county road system on any individual road. So if we fix it on the engineering side, the cost of maintenance should go down over the next few years as we proceed through the life cycle of that road. So we monitor that on a daily basis. We know when snow plowing took place on any given day.
Can I ask a question? I was going to wait till later, but since you just mentioned it. So, for example, West Silver Creek Road, it's sort of a continuous problem up there. And the latest problem, I think, has been caused by two large development homeowners that have really deteriorated that road right by both of their properties. And so there's some patchwork that's gone on up there, but it hasn't seemed to me very good patchwork, and there's still a lot of work that has not been done. So when you look at overall conditions index, the county, the county did some fairly major work on that road maybe just 4 or 5 years ago, and now the problem has just been exacerbated by some very large, heavy trucks that have really done damage to the road, and we haven't been able to seem to resolve and get that road back in terms of the quality where the county first did that road.
So you have a question about that?
When's it going to be fixed?
Oh, okay.
The truck's on the way, George.
So, George, that initial double chip seal that the county undertook on West Cypress Creek Road, it was sometime around 2009. We had an opportunity up there to partner with the homeowners association. We completed the double chip seal. The patching that's gone on through that area has been through some of the worst areas that we've had, mostly issues with bad subgrade that's fairly deep, and it's deeper than I would usually consider on a lot of roads to be something to mitigate before a project like that. When we've done some of the larger patches up there, we've actually dug over 3 feet in depth to get into those clay layers, and it's a pretty nasty substance that probably expands by about 12 or 13% every spring, and it'll shove the road. We've gotten a lot of the worst areas as far as that's concerned. The two areas, one on the hill, as you're going up on the right, and then I can't remember exactly where the other one is, but that is truly heavy truck traffic, and it is a direct consequence of that. When you have that volume of truck to go through and clear a site and you remove all the material that we're dealing with under the road is the same thing that the contractor who's building the large house up there is excavating to put in a foundation. And so they're hauling all of that material out and bringing in new material. It's a consequence of where the development is and, frankly, the size of the development that's happening up there. We are trying to spread our patching budget throughout the entire county. And so we've probably disproportionately spent some patching money up there to try to save a couple of those areas that we knew that we had the bad pumping. As far as the areas that are getting damaged because of development, we want to wait for most of that development in those couple neighborhoods to be done so we can efficiently go back and patch those areas back. I do believe that we have budget just about every year that we bring through the budget process for those types of operations, and we try to get it to it systematically. That being said, looking at the data countywide, we really only have a couple of these areas throughout the county where we have the asphalt that's breaking up that's in very poor condition anymore. There's a couple small segments on West Cypress Creek. We have Thompson Creek and a couple others where, frankly, some of them are debatable whether they should even be paved roads anymore. We've been pretty effective at trying to go to some of these specific places where we have the very bad conditions that might be a safety issue for the county and going and addressing those.
So I know I brought this up several years, whether we should be looking at changing our road impact fees so that we're able to actually have some more monies to fix these roads that are being caused by these large developments. And I haven't seen anything come back to us in terms of whether you think it's a good idea, a bad idea, a proposal. This year and the next couple of years, I think we're going to see a lot of construction going on in the county. There are going to be large construction projects. They may not be new homes, but there's going to be a lot of scrape and replaces. So should we be looking at a change in our road impact fees so that we can adequately fix these roads that are being deteriorated by these large projects?
And the challenge is the roads are not constructed to withstand that loading initially. And a road impact fee really has to be geared toward a capital improvement of how much traffic it can carry, something along that lines. I think that what we need to look at is really on the development side in rural Pitkin County is to, if those roads cannot handle the size of trucks that are going to be going on it, is look at an exaction for those developments to give money to fix that road in particular without increasing its capacity or amount of traffic it can carry. Because that's really all the impact fee can go toward. And we raise that on an annual basis based on the CPI of Boulder, Denver, and Greeley, and it runs right around 3% annually that we increase it. We can analyze the roads again and bring you a new impact fee, but it's really just going to be for capacity improvements that we can do around the county. The problem again is our roads in the rural Pitkin County were never built for the size of vehicles that it's seeing right now.
Rachel?
Yeah, I was just going to tag off of George's comment, and I too thought we'd kind of requested something to be in the work in that, but it sounds like it's the wrong avenue to just be the road impact fee. And I would like to request that we formally have Cindy Hoopman in Community Development and John Ely take a look at that as to what could be part of the original construction permit requirements, because I think that's where it belongs. It's just very hard to, say what it's going to be at the end of the day on some of these, and they're doing all the work in the spring when the conditions are wet. You're going to have much worse road damage than if they're constructing in the fall, and it's hard. I wouldn't know the legals of how far it can extend on a county road for one given project, and how do you measure its damage versus the day-to-day traffic that would also occur. But I agree with you fully. We've always said development should pay its own way, and that particularly applies to roads as well.
On the operational side of that as well, one of the conversations that we have is lowering the weight limits for several of our roads. That's an area that we can probably be fairly successful. The trade-off with that, and the hard part of that, is now instead of 10 truck trips a day going to a site, you have 18 truck trips going, and you have that change in traffic, and that's a different impact to be considered. And so that's a lot of the juggling that we have and conversations that we have, frankly, all the time behind the scenes to try to figure out the best way to manage some of these situations.
We'll bring a construction impact fee discussion back to you. That's a good idea.
Yeah, and again, I think that's really a lot of comm dev as part of the construction management plan, as to whether there should be weight restrictions on a given permit on a given road. But it's coordination between the two departments.
In Maine, they have seasonal closures based on weight. When the road's frozen solid in the winter, any weight can go on there. When the frost's coming out of the ground, if the heavy truck goes over, it'll just destroy the pavement. And so they just close the road, and all the companies know, the construction companies, that you can't empty your septic tank or anything during that time, and the roads hold up very well as a result. Now, do we have any condition like that around here, where if we just kept the traffic off during the spring, would that make the roads hold up better, or do we not have the same situation like they did in Maine?
I mean, you could do that. We don't have that condition in Pitkin County right now. We do have weight limits that we can enforce, and we could do that if the board wanted to do that with your roads. You could restrict vehicle traffic. Watson Divide doesn't allow any large trucks over it because they have a different route. Mm-hmm. But we could do, these are county roads. You can manage them the way you'd like.
Mm-hmm. Something for us to consider.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Another operation that we conduct is transportation planning. Brian and I attend a lot of meetings throughout the valley for all different levels of different transportation planning. Right now I'm working with the Community Development Department and several others on planning up the Castle Valley. It's one of those classic areas of the valley where we may be loving it a little too much, I think is a way that Rachel likes to put it.
Obviously.
And we're talking a lot about the transportation up and down through that valley, all of the different nodes that we have, and where people, get out of their cars, get on their motorcycles to go up Express Creek or go hiking up to American Lake or up to Conundrum Creek. Already this year, we've had reports of the Conundrum Creek trailhead overflowing and going down the county road. And so we go from that level of transportation.
You mean the parking overflowing or Conundrum Creek
No,
overflowing?
the parking's overflowing.
Okay.
Sorry.
There we go.
And so anywhere from the efforts from valley to valley to a lot of the work that Brian does.
Yes, and that's involved with the EOTC that this board is part of, and making sure that we're spending those monies in a priority fashion to the Intermountain Transportation Planning Region that George is part of. And so I think we have been really good partners regionally, and even being asked to help plan the Grand Avenue Bridge project with CDOT.
That's that picture, isn't it? I'm going, where the heck is that?
So we were an active participant with that, and I believe we are always at the table when money's available. So we like to help other people reach their priorities in other parts of the Intermountain Transportation Planning Region, but also make sure that we get our fair share here in the Roaring Fork Valley. We work very closely with the Roaring Fork Transit Agency to make sure that they're part of that scene as well. So it's a lot of collaboration, a lot of coordination, and we do it on a weekly basis.
Great. Penny?
I'm just real quick. I think we should note at this time when we're talking about CDOT, the retirement of Joe Elson, which is coming up this month. I think the end of the month he is going to be fully retired, and he's such a young boy.
Well, we've got a proclamation coming
forward
for him, if you want any of the road and bridge folks here for that.
Yeah, that would be great.
We will invite.
He's been a
all of
great
our
asset
partners.
for us.
This is just such a great segue. I've got to take advantage of it. And I really acknowledge all that you've done at a regional level and how important that is. I mean, you're either at the table or you're on the menu, as they say. And you guys are probably aware that there was a very late bill introduced to create a new bond measure for Colorado roads, a new trans bill. It was defeated. It did not go forward. But it's kind of left this void where a lot of different people are trying to scramble to pick up the pieces. And I know I was unable to attend, but Weld County was hosting a transportation summit in Greeley yesterday. And I think it's really pivotal that we through the TPR, through George and your work, try to promote the idea of raising a gasoline tax and getting real funding sources for CDOT, which would of course then flow back to county share back as well, which would be really helpful. And particularly the things become myths and they hold power for a long time period. So some of the Contractors Association did polling, and it was 2 years ago. It's like, no one's going to touch sales tax. No one's going to touch gasoline tax. Nobody likes to vote for it. We have to do sales tax. But then, of course, sales tax is really into a county and a municipality's wheelhouse in terms of limited revenues for a lot of sources. And there's that dynamic of, well, the Front Range is going to move on its own if the whole state doesn't do anything. But I've been doing a little research, and you could Google it for your next meeting, even with the luncheon with the Transportation Commission members. 5 different very red, very conservative states have either public vote or legislatively passed significant gasoline taxes in the past year because they just hit the wall where they know they need to do it. And I'm all for future bonding if there's a new revenue source to go with it. It doesn't interfere with CDOT's maintenance budget. It doesn't interfere with county share back. But it's going to be either driven by the Front Range or we're going to have a unified voice on the West Slope. And Pickens County is a leader in those sort of things, and we really should be out there beginning this conversation. One of the other elements that's been really important to me, I've mentioned again and again, is that the TPRs need more funding. We need to pull something back. We went to that 7-pot process, and then now the $3 million a year, you have 30 years worth of projects that can't be funded through our transportation planning region. And as I understand it, looking at this trans bill that died, fortunately, over $2 billion of the $3 billion bond were all going to go to highway projects on the Front Range in Weld County, and we just can't wait until they present something and start saying it's a done deal. you know, and I was like, well, what's in it for Pickens County and Highway 82? And it was a little bit of money for the basalt underpass. And that's it. That's all they thought we needed for transportation for the next 20 years. And it's like, excuse me, that's not going to be enough. So anyhow, I really would like to encourage that we be proactive in looking to there's going to be something on the November 2016 ballot. And it's either going to be a statewide proposal where we really benefit and we're glad the West Slope's getting its share, or it's going to be a front range only type of measure and they're going to raise their sales tax and they're going to say, you know, the heck with the rest of the state, you guys are on your own. And so it's time to become more of a drivers on those policies. And I hate to add more work, but if we don't, we're going to end up on the short end of the stick. So there we go.
We're going to shift gears back a little bit to what we're doing. I mentioned a little bit earlier that we've shifted from the capital improvements back to capital maintenance. And we've seen a major rebuild of the ABC. We've seen underpass go in between the airport and the ABC. But now we've moved back to a bit of our asphalt maintenance, where we're patching roads, we're overlaying the areas that are getting rutted, and then we're coming back with our now signature double chip seal. We've actually gotten a lot of phone calls asking about how we're implementing that program, what sort of specifications we're using, and I know that the contractors have done that, which are the two major chip seal contractors for the western slope of Colorado, have talked to other entities, and a lot of subdivisions have been using that as something that they're implementing on their level, because it's much more friendly for bicyclists, people with strollers, walking, all those other uses of the road that you wouldn't necessarily notice from your car. We've gotten a lot of great feedback from both the Aspen Cycling Club and a lot of individuals on the roads. Normally we get the shake of the fist and some expletives when road bicyclists are heading up the road, and they ask exactly what type of work we're doing, and we explain that, well, ultimately it's going to end in a chip seal, and then they get really angry, and then I ask them, have you ridden Upper River Road or McLean Flats or the upper parts of the Frying Pan? And well, yeah, I have. And I'm like, well, that's a double chip seal. That's a chip seal, and most people don't believe me the first time I tell them. And so that's
Brian, GR down by Basalt's been doing some chip and seal, and I was on Willets Lane, or one of those, I can't remember which one of those roads down by the Basalt Trade Center. Well, their chip and seal, it's like this loose, small-sized gravel all over everywhere, and you would be foolish to ride a bicycle down it right now. And I don't remember the chip and seal project being that way. There'd be a little, you know, maybe a little bit of loose gravel, but not like that. Can you address that?
Well, a lot of that's timing. On a chip seal, we have a couple pictures here of a chip seal. The lower right is a chip seal project, and what you see there is a distributor truck putting down the asphalt emulsion, and then the spreader truck and a dump truck putting the chip into a hopper and spreading it over the road. What happens is you overcast the road, and so they put down a quantity of chip that's greater than what's actually needed, because just of the efficiencies of the project. And then we have a specification, depending on the road, a length of time that the road needs to be open to allow traffic to help knead that chip into the emulsion. And then they come back. So on our project up in Old Snowmass this year, from the Snowmass Conoco up to, say, Watson Divide turnoff, the contractor is required to come back at a later time and pick up all the excess chip. When we get up into the more rural areas, what we allow them to do is actually brush that chip off into our where we have our shoulders, and that helps over time. It mixes in with like some of our sanding material and others to give us a little bit more of a structural shoulder on the side. And so it's a lot of times it's that timing of when, if you're on that road right after a chip, it hasn't been needed yet and they haven't picked up the chip. That being said, to save costs, there are some municipalities and other local governments that don't require that work as well.
George?
you know, that's probably the case with basalt, because that's all through basalt, all the work they're doing, they haven't got the budget to do a double chip. But when were the projects up on Snowmass Creek and Capital Creek, when will they be done, the overlays?
Well, we should be wrapping up right now with the overlay portion and the asphalt work. We are planned to start the chip seal on the 22nd, that's Monday. We worked with the contractor and a couple of the events. The board was just speaking of bicycle events to try to work around some of the events so that we didn't interfere with those types of things. But we expect to be completed probably about 10 days after we begin chipping until we get all of that double chips. But the work time will actually probably be closer to 2 weeks because we need to give the first layer time to get kneaded in.
So about 2 weeks.
Yeah. The other project that we have that's ongoing right now that we can give a quick update to the board on, or actually that we just completed, is the Redstone North Bridge. We put a new bridge rail on, and the board was part of a process of selecting a very aesthetic and crash-worthy bridge rail in this location. We were very, very happy with the way that this turned out. It looks great. You can see on the upper part there is a weathering steel handrail that's behind the guardrail, the bridge rail section. You can see its proximity. The 133 is what runs across the picture up here, and then this is Redstone Boulevard. This and the next picture give you a little bit of an idea of why we wanted to upgrade this rail to have some crash worthiness. It's mostly anecdotal data because getting a lot of crash data in our area is pretty difficult. But this is a large recovery zone right here that we hear a lot about, where people are pulling out of Redstone Boulevard. They might do their kind of cursory quick glance, and then they start to pull out, and then they realize, oh, I shouldn't have gone, and they pull off into that area. And with the number of near misses that we've heard about, and the potential for someone to leave the highway at highway speeds and go on to Redstone Boulevard, which I think is maybe a 25-mile-an-hour zone through here, we selected the higher crash worthiness, and it really turned out to be a beautiful upgrade to this bridge. And the rest of the bridge is in great condition. The deck's got a high rating, and the abutments have a high rating. And one of the few items on this bridge's work list were to upgrade all of the approach rails, which we did as well. We worked and we were able to coordinate with CDOT on their end and upgrade and put in the types of rails that they wanted to see there. They've actually made a shift away from one of the rails that we like to use. And we painted the rail to match everything, and but it ended up being a really successful project.
Steve?
Yeah, Rachel.
Yeah, just because you mentioned it jogged my memory. I was recently reading where a major guardrail manufacturer had suffered liability claims and been found guilty of faulty materials because the rails would go into cars and kill people. Brian, I see him nodding, that you're familiar with that. Do we have any of their material in our collection of roads?
That's a good question, and I don't know the answer to that, but I'm familiar with the suit that's out there right now.
I think we should take a look at that, because if we do have any that they might be required to replace or is of liability, it'd be good to know.
A few of the things that we see coming up right now are challenges. Because of where we are and the extreme topography, and also the era in which a lot of these roads were laid out and constructed, we see a lot of just issues that arise over time in dealing with water. On the lower right here, this is a picture of Woody Creek Road, about a mile short of Lanedo. During my tenure with the county, which is over 8 years now, every spring, take a drive up to Lanedo, take a look at the condition of the road, and what you notice is in different years we'll lose maybe a couple inches of road here and there, to other years where we see that this is probably about 16 inches of what was road shoulder, and over time, that whole downhill slope has settled, and it's a bit of the nature of some of the extreme topography that we have. That's going to come back to us at some point.
Yeah.
There's going to be a point
Nice
where
way to put it.
we're not going to have a wide enough roadway template. We will probably get into the business of rebuilding a road that's very rural and very narrow. It's going to take a pretty large effort from the county to do that, and very significant tap into our capital. On the upper right here, this is a project that we worked with Road and Bridge on that we mentioned earlier. That's placement of some, it's a reinforced hillside. We use a lot of very, very large boulders, place them pretty strategically over the bank. The operator that did a wonderful job, laid everything out very nicely. And that's going to help us keep a roadway template up on Smuggler Road for the next several years.
Was that a county hoe operator?
Yes.
Oh, I'm
It's
impressed.
John Cerise, actually.
Oh,
Very good.
Good job.
On the left here, we have, this is Red Mountain Road. This is where Hunter Creek Road comes in right at the second switchback. This is an area where we have a retaining wall, very old wooden retaining wall just over the bank here. And we haven't seen any significant movement of the road, but we've seen a consistent enough movement that it's created the cracking that you can see in that image. And I don't think that section of road is going anywhere quickly. However, it is going onto the mounting list of areas where if we want to maintain the roadway width that we have, we're going to have to start investing in some walls. Currently in our 10-year plan, we only have one structure project. As I said before, we have moved over to that capital maintenance. Our one structure project is to replace the upper Castle Creek Bridge, as it's our lowest rated bridge in the county. And so these are the things that will likely be coming back to the board and talking about on a case-by-case basis over the next several years and looking for various ways to fund those issues. Of the representatives from the state's office, and they're very interested in working with us and applying for grants, maybe more on a systematic basis than what they're used to on a project-by-project basis, to make those infrastructure changes and better manage the water that is flowing next to and through and under the roads.
This is similar to the issue you brought up, Steve, up on Capitol Creek where we had the fuel spill recently.
Yeah, that place where the co-op truck turned over is actually an irrigation ditch right next to the county road. And that's the fourth big truck to go in that same place over the years. And it's almost on a straightaway, and for whatever reason, it's like a magnet and sucks cars and big. Hopefully we don't get another repeat of something like the co-op truck going in there.
It's amazing when you look at the map of different areas of the county of how many of those straightaway areas have similar issues, Emma being one that just pops instantly to mind, where that long straightaway on Emma Road, We have irrigation ditches that are pretty deep, and people get their tire off there.
Sucks to me. Can I ask, Brad, I think I've mentioned this before with the Northwest Colorado Council of Governments Economic Development District. I think there's a section of that offers public works grant opportunities. I'll look into that at the next COG meeting, next EDD meeting, and see what kind of opportunities. It's something that we can now take advantage of, being part of that 5-county organization. We never have had that opportunity before. So maybe I'll look into that and get back to you guys, because it may provide us with some grant opportunities for major infrastructures.
Yes, thank you. Rachel?
Yeah, and I was just thinking, I don't know, this is a good project, good undertaking, clearly, to make sure those ditches don't undermine our road and so forth. But whether the National Resource Conservation Service, NRCS, has any grants that would work towards relocating ditches. Because I know I've seen several presentations by them with the 1177 Water Group about lining ditches and improving the efficiency and things like that for water delivery. And this, to me, seems like it would be very much a water quality issue as well as safety issue. But I would check with them. The Mount Sopris district, has offices just nearby, and see if they have any grant opportunities or any form of partnership that could help with that project.
And the partnership is the biggest thing here right now. And some of the difficulties that we run into with these undertakings is that we don't know that an irrigation culvert is an issue until it is. And we have the situation that we had on Sopris Creek Road for so many years, where the home supply ditch crosses just up valley from the schoolhouse, and it would eat away at the road over time, and then we'd build it back and then eat away, and then finally we went back and partnered with the ditch company and replaced the culverts under the road as a partnership project. The NRCS is one that I've heard. A number of the soil conservation districts is another that provide grant opportunities in these areas. And being able to approach the ditch companies and saying, hey, we want to partner with you, replace this culvert. A lot of times when we do have those projects like we did on in Jerbausdale this last year, what we find out is the ditch company has an issue at this area for a number of reasons. One, in that location there was a sinkhole through the road because the pipe was so old, and it literally was just pulling material out from underneath the road and washing it down the ditch. And we were able to work with them, make small capital improvement to the ditch line. It worked better for the road, it works better for the ditch company, and we have new infrastructure in the area. And so we have a number of these projects that we can point to that have been very successful. And to be able to bring on board some grant opportunities would be huge, because a lot of these, a number of the ditches are still supplying some of the agricultural resources that we have in the valley, which aren't necessarily very cash rich right now. So that basically does it for what we had. I put up these two charts because that's a bit of how the details aren't very readable right now. But basically, it's the two charts that I used in a presentation to the board in 2008 and then again in 2011. And that's been what we've been operating under. Basically, it's when you do your capital maintenance, makes the biggest difference in how you're able to budget. And a dollar spent today saves you up to $7 in the future. If you do preventative maintenance that costs you, say, $1 a square foot to rebuild that road, it's going to cost you 7 times that. And so that's what the graph on the right is. The graph on the left talks a little bit about how we come up with sufficiency ratings on bridges, and incidentally, the equation that goes into how you should invest money into your structures is exactly the same. So.
Rachel?
I was going to say, thank you. I guess all my questions and comments have been made throughout the presentation at the right times, and really appreciate you guys being out on the roads, all of you. It's you know, you always think of a raft of bus drivers having so many of these people's lives in their hands, but you guys really have lives in your hands too. So thank you very much.
Yeah, likewise. Up in Snowmass Village, where I sometimes, these days, just sometimes drive a village shuttle bus, there's close communication between the road maintenance department and the bus drivers and the police department. We can all communicate back and forth on the radio frequency, but do you have anything similar with the people out within a plow truck or whatever, and to be able to communicate real quickly if you see a problem, or if the sheriff's department sees a problem, that they can get in touch with you real quick? Does that happen commonly?
Yeah, in the winter times, all of our drivers are usually scanning, and so they can listen to all of the usually sheriff's traffic and sometimes the smaller PD traffic. We actually can communicate with Town of Snowmass Public Works as well if something happens on Owl Creek, Brush Creek. And then easy for us, we just call dispatch. If we see something on the road, we call dispatch, they send it out to the proper EMS. But we're always scanning, and it's really easy for us to contact most of the time. Redstone, we had a challenge the other night. Some of those areas we're working on. Luckily, Redstone Inn helped us out there, and we could actually use the hard line. But yeah, we're in continued in communication with those guys. Usually, you know, whoever the lead is, 03 is a common one that Alex is there to answer questions, or usually checks in with us even in the mornings and asks if they can help us out with anything. So bus drivers we're not in contact with, just because Rafted I think is too.
They're on the highway, or Brush Creek Road, the only place, or maybe the Woody Creek shuttle goes on the Woody Creek Road, but less frequently.
We usually just see them waiting down at the tavern and we just talk face to face there. That driver. Yeah.
Okay.
Great, thanks, good job.
Thank you.
Thanks all of you guys for coming.
Appreciate it.
This is a great opportunity to get to see everybody.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, we like that. See you again. All right, does that conclude us too? Yeah.
Let's see, do we have any more open discussion items that we didn't get to, or?
I was just alerted by Susan, the smuggler mine item where the applicant was going to come in next week. They have withdrawn that, so that agenda will be rearranged, just so you know that's going to be taken off. That was
They coming in Tuesday?
They were going to come in Tuesday for the work session, the opportunity to discuss, the applicant can discuss with the board some of their plans, so that's
Because it's historic, is that why?
I have no idea. I just have an email
They don't usually do that.
from Lance that he's decided not to take advantage of the opportunity to address the board.
Interesting.
So that was 45 minutes, so we'll see what next week's agenda looks like.
Okay, because Tuesday was our big day, isn't it? Wasn't Tuesday our long day? No, it's the
Steve and
following.
Michael aren't here next week.
It's the one with the joint meeting with the city that's our long day.
Right. Then we have prep for the joint meeting next week.
Okay, it's just Steve and I.
Yeah, we can adjourn.
We can adjourn. If you if you initiate a quorum at the beginning of the meeting, it carries through for your meetings.
Okay, thank you.
That's right.
The only other thing that we might want to do is, we do have some pending decisions on citizen board things. There's a couple that were from quite a while ago.
Yeah, Charlotte had
And maybe we should deal with those right now.
I'm ready to move forward with all the applicants. That made it easy on my part.
Let's see, let me get one of those up.
We'll talk about the board, the people that applied for boards.
So it's
Yeah.
Elizabeth Burke for the Senior Services Council and Dallas Blaney for the Election Commission are the two
we've already interviewed and
that
not
we
yet
interviewed
decided.
weeks ago and haven't done anything.
I wasn't here for that second interview, but I would support Betsy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I support them both.
Yeah, again, I just wasn't at the
Yeah.
other one, but I support all the applicants we've had so far.
Yeah, I would support both of them, and then
Ones today were a pretty
I mean,
exception, so.
I think all three of the ones today, I would support them moving forward.
Yeah, very good.
So we can get a reso brought back to us maybe next week?
Perfect.
Great.
Wednesday. And then I just had announced, I think Rachel and Georgine might have been out, the smuggler mine item has been pulled for next week.
Oh, good.
Okay.
Very good. Okay.
So are we adjourned?
Okay, this meeting is over.
Thanks,
Um,
Grassroots.
I